All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of the Township of Montclair Planning Board in accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 72 of the New Jersey's Public Laws of 2025, and amendments to Section 12 of the Municipal Land Use Law. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building, on the Township of Montclair's official internet website, and on the statewide legal notices listings of the New Jersey Department of State. We've got to find a better way to put that together. That's a mouthful. This meeting is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live and will be available on demand on YouTube. This meeting is a quasi-judicial proceeding, meaning that the board has powers and procedures resembling a court of law, and we are obligated to objectively determine facts and draw conclusions from them in order to provide the basis of an official action. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues of what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and the decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. The fire exits are on my right, which is your left, and also the back of the room where you likely entered. And as to the order of this evening, each application hearing begins with the applicant or their attorney giving an overview of the application and the variances that are required, if any. We would then hear from any expert witnesses that the applicant may have to help explain the application and why variances are required. The board members may ask questions of the applicant, the attorney, and their expert witnesses. And if you're a member of the interested public but not a witness in the case, you'll have two opportunities to speak. At the end of each witness's testimony, you'll be given the opportunity to ask the witness questions about his or her testimony. And that's not the time to tell the board what you think of the application. That will come later. And so to ask questions at the appropriate time, you'll have to come to the front of the room, up here to the lectern, give us your name and address, and then ask your questions related to the witness's testimony only. And after the applicant's witnesses and any objector or objector witnesses have been heard, members of the audience will then have their second opportunity to step forward. And at that time, that's when you can give us your opinions, positive or negative, about the application. And comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person. At the completion of the applicant's case, objector's case, and public comment, the public hearing is closed, and then the board members discuss the case and vote. At that time, you'll be able to listen to our discussion, but you will not be able to participate. And with that, we will turn to roll call.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present.
Mr. Borshoff?
Present.
Mr. Campbell is excused. Counselor D'Amato?
Here.
Mr. Vice Chair Graham is excused. Mr. Ianwali?
Here.
Ms. Willis?
Here.
Mr. Orbea is excused. Ms. Wallace?
Here.
And Chair Brodock.
I'm here.
And I'd just like to also say that we have another member of the planning board, Siobhan Williams, who I appointed to the planning board about last Tuesday, the same time that the day after Ms. Wallace was appointed. And I certainly like to welcome Ms. Wallace here. And I'm a little dismayed because it wasn't until 6:07 this evening that I got a phone call stating that she could not be here, and it was very vague about why she could not be on here. And it seems as though, there's some things that are happening that may not be along with the judicial process, because I'm not aware of anything that would cause people to wait until 6:07 to call me to let me know that. And the individual works upstairs. So I am really concerned about this, and it seems like there were some things before this about who could be on the planning board and who couldn't, and if you could have dual service on the library board. And these things are just coming up now this year. They haven't been in place forever. And I even have an email where Janice Talley, our planner, welcomed Siobhan Gaines to the planning board, and I know she was looking forward to being a part of this group, as was I. I know she went through all of the information, she read it, and she was prepared to participate tonight. So I'd just like to say that I am very concerned about what's going on. If there's laws that need to be interpreted, I certainly think that there would have been a better way to handle that until 6:07 this evening when I got a call. And the call was not from a person that was involved with preventing her from being here this evening. So Siobhan, I'm really sorry, that you rushed through everything, but I'm looking forward to you joining us. I hope that you're watching so that you can get on board and be at our next meeting.
Thank you, and also welcome to Nicole. With that, we'll have the swearing in of our board professionals, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give or may give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
And before we get to our minutes tonight, if anybody is here for application 2954, which is 180 Glenridge Avenue, Silk Road Bazaar LLC, that application is not going to be heard tonight. The applicant has requested that it be carried, until the April 27th meeting. So that will be carried to April 27th. Do I have that right,
That's
Ms. Talley?
correct.
Okay, it'll be carried to the April 27th meeting. No further notice will be required, and we'll hear that application at that time. And now, moving over to the minutes from March 9th.
I've received quite a few changes to the March 9th minutes, which I believe was distributed to all the members of the board. I do want to confirm, Chair, that the two members of the planning board who I indicated were ineligible to vote, that was because they did not have certifications on file that they had listened to the videos.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted, because they were listed at the beginning of the minutes, and I wanted to make sure it was clear in the record why
I
they
don't have
didn't.
their certifications,
Yes.
so.
Okay. That's helpful.
What is being, so Keith had edits Sunday morning. I placed some comments on yours.
Yes.
Where are the others? I know that Eric had a paragraph that wasn't added to the document, which, the latest Word document, I think that was circulated was my edits on yours.
I agree.
So what is beyond that?
I have Counselor D'Amato's edits,
But
which
it's
is,
concerning the same matter that we have to work that out because it's precisely the
Correct.
same. Yeah, so how is that going to get?
Well, I think we need to discuss it as a board and
Yeah.
decide what language we want in the minutes.
do you want to postpone the minutes till the next meeting so I can add Counselor D'Amato's minutes, suggestions to the minutes, and you have one copy to evaluate?
Well,
That's okay by me. I look at you, Counselor D'Amato, since.
how about if we do this? I mean, he and I wrote about the same thing. How about if we get together, then we'll come, because his paragraph is the exact same
Same topic.
topic.
Yeah.
And we
Two
can work it
sentences,
out.
it's not a paragraph. If you want to read it out, we can pass them.
Yeah, it says, "A board member produced copies of current and historic zoning maps, which some members agreed raised questions over whether the subject property was actually in the NC zone. The board then discussed various ways to account for the unusual situation, including the board appealing its own decision and the applicant's right for appeal."
That's what happened, as far as I remember.
Yeah, well, my edit has a little bit more specificity.
Correct.
If I can read that, I think it's.
Please.
You say board member, I did have my name because I said it, asked to discuss the March 3rd, 2026 memo from the Planning Department in response to a letter from Donna Pickett questioning the NC zone of 260 Park. He distributed additional material to members of the board and the applicant. He stated, based on his review of the zoning and tax maps, like not just the zoning maps, but there was a tax map, it would appear the zoning historically is R2 and not NC, consistent with what the neighbors have said about the property since the start of the hearings. He requested the vote be delayed until the zoning discrepancy can be resolved, since the current zoning map indicates that the property to be zoned NC, but no ordinances, meeting minutes, or resolutions that change the zoning from R2 to NC have been located and presented. Attorney Neese indicated that would not be possible and the board must vote. I think,
That would not be possible? I have no.
well, we asked if it could be delayed.
Is your microphone on? Oh.
We said, since there's a discrepancy about zoning, do we have to vote? And I
Well, I
think,
think the question was, can we go to the zoning board of adjustment? That
Actually,
was
the
my
question was,
recollection.
should the application be suspended in order to permit the applicant to go to the zoning board for an interpretation? I think that was,
But if
How?
not, then we would have to vote on it. And it wasn't suspended that evening, right?
no, the board voted on that application.
Well, the question I asked was, since there's this apparent discrepancy that may be right, might be wrong, do we have to vote on the application that evening? And you indicated that we had to, because we didn't have the power to not vote. The applicant could have withdrawn it, correct?
Predicated on the contention that the property was not in the NC zone? I
Or whatever,
suppose the
or-
applicant could have done whatever it wanted.
Okay, but if that wasn't the case, what you're telling us, I think, was that we didn't have the power to say, stop, go to the zoning board. It was presented to us with no variances, albeit with a question about zoning, and we had to vote. I think
Correct.
that was my understanding.
So, but said that way, I think I would agree with that. The fact of the matter is that the applicant has a right to have his application heard and decided,
Okay.
and that was what the basis of my opinion was.
Okay, so is it accurate to say then, like I have, Attorney Neese indicated that it would not be possible and the board must vote? I asked if it could be,
I think, Tony, respectfully, if the board is going to table those minutes, then maybe what we could do is work out that language.
that's great, that's perfect.
I think that sounds like the right course of action
you.
here.
That'd be
Motion to
excellent.
table?
I don't think we need a motion to table. I think
Oh,
we
we
can
can
just
just table it.
agree that we'll pick it up at
Table
the
it.
next meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. And with that, we come to application 2945, 580 Valley Road, BG Valley LLC. And I guess while Mr. Tremblak's coming up, I will just re-announce that the resolution for 260 Park has been postponed to the April meeting, as the agenda says.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Alan Trembulak, appearing on behalf of the applicant BG Valley LLC. This is an application for site plan approval to construct a new one-story building with approximately 7,700 square feet of space on property located at 580 Valley Road, which is in the Upper Montclair Business District, and it's zoned, part of the NC Zone District. The property currently contains a drive-through bank branch, which was most recently occupied by Chase Bank, but I think has been unoccupied and unutilized for, I think, maybe 7 or 8 years. Prior to appearing here, after we filed this application with the planning board, we then filed an application to the Historic Preservation Commission for a total demolition permit to allow the existing structure to be demolished. And that application was approved, and the HPC authorized the demolition permit to be issued at its meeting in November of 2025. So the new building, which is proposed for this location, will contain a state-of-the-art children's swimming school to be operated by a company known as SwimQuest. SwimQuest currently operates similar swimming schools in 3 other New Jersey municipalities, specifically Milburn, Livingston, and Whippany, with a 4th school ready to be opened very shortly in Westfield. Similar schools. Open today, actually. Okay, so there are 4 schools currently in operation, and hopefully this application will be viewed favorably, and there'll be a 5th school. The proposed school falls within the definition of an educational play center, and therefore is a permitted use in the NC Zone District. The site plan, again, it's a modest-sized building of only 7,700 square feet, 1 story. We're providing on-site parking for 11 vehicles with one EV charging station. In addition to site plan approval, we need 2 variances from this board as part of this application. One is a parking variance. Parking for this facility is based upon square footage, which translates to a requirement of 39 parking spaces. The reality is, as will be presented in this hearing, is that the actual need for parking is significantly less, and that the 11 or 12 on-site parking spaces provided is adequate, particularly when taken into in consideration with the significant amount of on-street and public parking available in the vicinity of the building. The second variance that we need is for impervious coverage. The property coverage currently is 83%. The permitted is 80. We're proposing 95%. However, we're also proposing substantial drainage improvements as part of this application. Currently, the property has no on-site stormwater management, and all runoff from this property essentially drains into the municipal parking lot to the rear of the property. We're not only eliminating that condition, but we're improving it substantially because we'll be managing 5 times more stormwater than the regulations and the Montclair ordinance require. So we think that certainly offsets the, or mitigates the variance we're seeking for coverage. I intend to present 5, probably 6 witnesses in connection with this application. My first witness will be David Genova, speaking on behalf of the applicant. And then following his testimony, we have Matthew Jarmel, the project architect, and Gerard Giuserio, site engineer. We're hoping to get through those 3 witnesses tonight. We will also have available at a future meeting, continuation of this hearing, traffic engineer who will address the parking variance, as well as our professional planner, Peter Steck, who will address really both variances and why we believe we meet the criteria for granting those variances. I will probably present, in the course of the hearing, some testimony from the operators of swim class to talk about the scheduling, what the class sizes are, what the actual parking needs are for this facility. So that's what we have in store for the board. And I'm ready to proceed with Mr. Genova's testimony, although probably appropriate time to mark exhibits. Right, Janice?
Sure. A1 is the application. A2 is the certification of taxes paid. A3 is the certification of publication. A4 is the affidavit of service. A5 is the survey of the property prepared by Pernesti Surveying, dated February 24th, 2025. A6 is the site plan prepared by Jarmel Keisel, dated January 26th, 2026. A7 are the architectural drawings prepared by Jarmel Keisel, last revised January 26th, 2026. A7 is the stormwater management report prepared by Jarmel Keisel, dated July 15th, 2025. A9 is the report from the Development Review Committee, dated January 5th, 2026. A10 is the letter from Jarmel Keisel responding to concerns, dated January 26, 2026. A11 is the report from the Planning Department, dated February 4th, 2026. A12 is the report from the Board Engineer, dated February 19th, 2026. And A13 is the emails submitted by the Fire Department, dated February 19th, 2026.
We haven't seen those emails.
Okay. I thought
I don't think I received them. I heard there was something from the fire department, and I actually checked online to see if I may have missed something.
Yeah, I don't think they're online either, and I don't think the application's online. was another one that
All right.
I think I missed.
Yeah, we have to be very, about, we can't have any personal information on the application, so we'll amend,
Okay.
we'll put the application online and the email from the fire department.
If you can forward those to me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, ready to proceed with,
Are you ready?
he's always ready.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your full name and business affiliation for the record?
My name is this?
Yeah, now it is.
David Genova. I'm a principal at BG Valley LLC. My company is at 131 Glenridge Avenue in Montclair, New Jersey.
David, where do you currently reside?
I reside in Montclair
How long have you lived in Montclair?
nearly my whole life.
Okay. And what is your current business affiliation?
I'm a principal of the applicant of BG Valley LLC.
Okay, but aside from that, you have a development company that you're a principal of?
Greenwood Development is my development company. We're a Montclair-based development company focused almost exclusively on projects within the township.
Real estate projects?
Real estate projects.
Development and management of real estate projects?
Correct.
Okay. And you may have said this, I missed it. How long has Greenwood Development been in existence?
I established Greenwood Development in 2013, and before that I was with Willow Street Partners.
Okay. All right. Can you give the board some background, tell the board about some of the real estate development projects that you've personally been involved with, particularly in the town of Montclair?
Sure. We've done 30-plus projects in the town of Montclair in the last 20 years. I'm right now the managing member and owner of the Wellmont Theater. I built the Vestry on Bloomfield Avenue, a mixed-use 46-unit apartment building and retail on Bloomfield in the 4th Ward. I've been involved with multiple mixed-use adaptive reuse projects within the township, including 107 Forest Street, 18 Label, the clubhouse at 131 Glenridge Avenue. We're the landlords of the only 2 operating cannabis facilities in town, a grow facility and a manufacturer on Pine Street. We currently own 6 Gates Avenue, which was an adaptive reuse project of the old storage building on the corner of Gates and Bloomfield. And I've been involved in a dozen or so more projects. We own the post office. We're the landlord of the post office on Glenridge Avenue. So an extensive history of both new construction and adaptive reuse projects within the township.
Okay. And are you one of the members or owners of a limited liability company known as BG Valley LLC?
I am.
Okay, and does BG Valley LLC own the property located at 580 Valley Road?
It does.
And when did the LLC acquire that property?
We acquired the building in April of 2025
And from whom?
from JP Morgan Chase.
Okay. Okay. Now, you or BG Valley has filed this application seeking approval to construct a children's swimming school on the property.
That's correct.
Did you consider other potential uses or potential development opportunities for this property before settling on the swimming school?
I did.
Okay, can you explain, how this sort of evolved and what you
Sure.
did?
The property itself has been vacant since 2018, I'm to understand, from JP Morgan Chase. That aligns with my memory of when it vacated. And then I think when they had the opportunity to reopen it, and COVID hit, they made the decision not to reopen it in COVID. And so it was never for sale for these 7 years. It was just a vacant structure that was not being used as a drive-through bank. It has 3 teller windows for drive-up banking activity. And in COVID, JP Morgan Chase made the decision to simply activate the ATM, the walk-up ATM, to decommission the drive-up teller locations. But it takes an organization of that size some time to actually dispose of a property. They made the determination formally to dispose of the property in December of 2024. I have purchased other JP Morgan Chase dispositions in the township, and so we were given an opportunity to look at this site and negotiate with them on kind of a preferred vendor qualification list. At the time, I started, familiarizing myself. I am familiar with, but refamiliarizing myself with the NC zone. And one of the things that happens when banks dispose of prior banks, especially special purpose banks, is they deed restrict those banks against future financial institution use. So when we bought 475 Bloomfield Avenue, the old large Chase Bank on the corner of North Fullerton and Bloomfield Avenue, that site has a deed restriction against there ever being a 10-year or 15-year deed restriction on that site against it being a financial institution in the future. The same goes for the building Bravitas did in Watchung Plaza, the old Chase Bank branch. And the same was true for this bank branch. So as part of the disposition, we were buying a building that would be deed restricted against a drive-through bank. It would be deed restricted against having an ATM, having any financial services operate out of that bank, including mortgage and lending, savings and loan, even financial advice and financial stewardship. So I knew it wasn't going to be another drive-through bank because they took that option away from us. And the next step was to figure out what it could be and what it could be in its current form. And the building is not much of a building. It really is 3 drive-up kiosks with a hallway kind of connecting those 3 kiosks. And there isn't much interior space. The total building size is about 1,600 square feet, of which most of it is taken up by one big vault, and then these 3 drive-up kiosks. So we explored what a drive-through use might be that isn't a bank. Is it a drive-through restaurant? Might it be a drive-through cannabis facility if the council decided that they wanted that in Upper Montclair? Are there other things you could drive up and do, at this building that made some amount of sense? And in looking at the township zoning, not just in the NC, but town-wide, drive-through uses are prohibited in all zones in Montclair. So we quickly came to the decision that it would be inappropriate to ask for a use variance for a drive-through use, because there's a substantial amount of hesitation on that, it seems, from this board and other governing bodies around drive-through uses in the zone. So at that time, when we realized the building kind of wasn't repurposable and we didn't believe that there was a logical use there, the next conversation was with the fire department, because it was clear that the fire department next door had some needs and probably had some opinions on what should be or shouldn't be on this site. So I reached out to the fire department, and he asked really one thing. He said, please don't create something that queues in front of our garage door. And he said, please try to slide the building as much as you can to the left, to the south, because we're doing something you don't know about. And I said, what's that? And he said, well, we have one way into the rear of our fire department. We have one drive aisle that goes into the back, and on shift changes, we would either have to vacate that rear area in order to accommodate the new cars, or what we've been doing is driving over your curb and using your exit to get out so that we don't have to close Valley Road every shift change to have people come in and out. So that conversation informed all future conversations about how we were going to approach this site and what kinds of things were important from a public safety perspective and to our neighbors. And that led us to a conversation about, all right, what uses can work, what kinds of structures make sense. We have the Upper Montclair Plaza lot, we have Valley Road, we have 2 curb cuts within 20 feet of each other next to a fire station. How can we improve the overall use of this site in a way that everybody can be happy with? And that's when we decided to proceed with SwimQuest as an applicant, a single-story building, somewhat low intensity on a per square foot use basis in terms of occupancy, and design a system that would prevent the 2 things from happening that the fire chief or deputy chief was concerned with.
Okay. All right, and as I mentioned in my opening comments, we filed an application with the HPC for permission to demolish the existing bank branch drive-through, correct?
We did.
Right, and that application was approved, right? And you appeared at that hearing, and also at the same hearing, the HPC performed a review of the initial architectural plans for the building that had been submitted and referred to them for review and comment, correct?
That's correct. 2 different hearings, same night.
Okay. In addition, did you also appear before the Development Review Committee when that committee reviewed the proposed site plan for this property?
I did.
Okay, and you received written reports from both of those, both of those commissions?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you talk about whether plan revisions were made to address the concerns and comments received from the HPC and the DRC?
There were plan revisions made after the HPC. So the HPC, the first HPC meeting, the hearing that we had on the same night, was simply a total demolition of the old structure. There was no, it was hard to ignore that there was another building coming down the pike. We tried our best to focus on the merits of the existing building. And so we focused on that. That took about an hour and a half. That was ultimately approved. And then the second was the referral application from the planning board to the HPC to bring back to this board so that they had comments and memos to all of you about their proposed changes or their thoughts on the building. They had a number of thoughts, a number of comments. We tried to incorporate as many as we could into the revision set that was resubmitted to the board. I can go through what some of those changes were, but I don't know if that's meaningful before you've seen the architecture, but there were a number of revisions made as a result of that meeting.
Okay, and similarly, were there revisions made in response to Development Review Committee comments?
There were. The Development Review Committee comments were more in terms of like site operation, logistics, how people might cross that driveway, what would happen with the fire department in certain situations. There were conversations about egress and ingress. So those changes are less visible to the rendering, but they are substantial in terms of site safety, stormwater, other things that are happening on the site. So a civil engineering site was redesigned, was revised after the DRC meeting to hopefully attempt to answer all the questions and comments from Norberto's office.
Okay. Without going into intricate detail regarding the building, the revisions to the building facade and the like, could you maybe just address, there are a couple of comments in the planning report relating to the entrances to the building and the windows in the front of the building. Can you talk about the entrances and where they're located and why they're located in the positions they are?
Sure. The building is oriented to the street like a normal retail building. It has a front door, it has a storefront system on the front of it. It has a fenestration detail that is in reaction to the HPC's comments. There's dimensionality on the front of the building, a pier structure. It's a masonry building, which it wasn't at first when we proposed it. It had a fiber cement panel material palette, and that's been revised. So the front of this building is intended to look like a contemporary retail building in the zone. The massing of the building, as I mentioned, it's a single-story building. The site does change in topography between the front and the rear as it gets closer to Upper Montclair Plaza. But we wanted the massing and the bulk to be consistent with the commercial design guidelines. We wanted that to be, harmonious with what else is happening in the zone. And as it relates to the functionality and the entrance and the orientation of the building, there were 2 or 3 things that converged that made it seem logical to me to design the building this way. And the first one was that first comment the fire department made, which was, please try to think of unintended consequences when you're building whatever you build here. If you're going to build a restaurant, think about DoorDash and Uber Eats. If you're going to build residential, think about where visitors are going to be and how that's going to be in Amazon and drop-offs. He didn't obviously know at the beginning, and neither did I, that it was necessarily going to be a swim school, but he put it in my head to be conscious of unintended consequences. And so driving people to the rear of this site, as opposed to a scenario that I believed was likely to occur, which is parents pulling up, putting on their hazards, letting kids out of the car, waiting for them to get in, maybe waiting and answering an email or doing something else before they leave, that felt like it was in response to that initial comment from the fire department, is please don't create a queue on Valley Road. We're dealing with it with some of the other businesses. They didn't mean to do it. It's just the way of the world. Don't make it worse. So in thinking about that, we thought about site circulation a lot. Now, we'll let our civil engineer describe it better than I can, but the property already has an egress into Upper Montclair Plaza. There are 2 bollards. There's a paved drive aisle that goes into Upper Montclair Plaza. And the thought was to expand that and create a one-way in and a one-way out. 2 curb cuts on Bloomfield Avenue with a fire hydrant in between and right next to the fire station. Felt like a public safety problem. It felt like it was, you come out, you're making a right while someone's making a left. Having those that close didn't feel like good planning. And so putting it in and putting it out in a streamlined fashion accomplished one of the objectives of the fire department. It simultaneously accomplished another objective, which was parents want their wet children coming out of these swim schools to quickly get into their cars if they can and not be paraded around town in cold weather and other things, that they want to be right next to where the door was. So in looking at the NC zone's parking requirements and what the intent of the zone is, it's clear that it wants the parking either adjacent to or in the rear, not in the front of the building. So sliding the building back for parking seemed to be inconsistent with the master plan and the NC plan's objectives, and putting the parking in the rear, but having an entrance for parents to bring kids into the school felt like we were kind of having 2 birds with 1 stone there, removing that activity from the front, driving it to the rear, and giving a safe egress out into the parking area.
So the main entrance to the facility would be in the rear of the parking area?
There are 2 entrances. The second entrance was revised after the DRC meeting. There did appear to be, the DRC, I don't want to say was split. I don't think there was a debate about it, but there was conversation about whether or not that actually is good planning, whether or not that's being reactive to other things that are in the neighborhood, and long-term, there really should be more frontage on the street and more activity on the street. So we added a second entrance to the front, redesigned the storefront system to be more consistent, symmetrical, to look more like a retail storefront. And now you can enter and exit both from the front and from the rear. We still intend to have the rear entrance open, and that will be, I think, the likely place that parents will drop their kids. I don't want to be disingenuous about that, but we did add an entrance that will be open and accessible to the public from Valley Road.
Okay. And you've got a series of windows that are shown on the front of the building.
We do.
Off of Valley Road. And do you want to address some of the comments in the planning report about that some of the windows will perhaps technically be inconsistent with some of the design guidelines with windows being covered?
Yeah, the windows
Talk about
themselves,
that.
the storefront system themselves, and again, we'll let our architect talk more about materials and that kind of detail, but the storefront system itself is very consistent with other storefronts that are in that zone. It's got a symmetry to it, it has a placement, it's sensitive to the building massing. I don't think it's too big or too small. I think if you didn't know that this were a swim school and we put a different sign on it, it's easy to understand that it could be something else. But there's some interesting nuances about how this building operates internally that are different than some of the other buildings in town that make that front window less desirable from an operations standpoint. So there's the best way to say it is, I don't really want to put these windows on the front if I'm operating my swim school the best possible way. It would not be to let the public look into the front. There are children in pools, there's security issues, there's privacy issues, and that's not ideal. However, I don't think a blank facade on Valley Road in the middle of the Upper Montclair Business District is a good idea either. So we tried to accomplish somewhat of a compromise. And when you look at this pool and you look at how it operates, the slope of this site changes dramatically. Like, you can drive out into the Upper Montclair parking lot now if we removed the bollards you could drive out there. And the difference between that grade and the Valley Road grade is substantial. I don't remember the exact number of feet, but it's feet of, it's almost a floor of difference. So the site slopes dramatically. When we're building this pool, the pool will be under the grade of Valley Road. It will not be a whole story under the grade, but it'll be about 4 feet under the grade level at Valley Road. And so we can get comfortable with having clear storefronts or semi-clear storefronts because your sight line in is not going to be right at the pool level. You're not going to see a kid right in front of you, coming out of the pool. What it does for the town is, you're not also getting that activation of that storefronts. You're not seeing merchandise. You're not seeing people dining. You're kind of seeing the higher level of the first floor elevation of the pool elevation where you see lights and you'll see some of the finishes. But you're not seeing the actual kids in the pool if it were clear. The film that's proposed is to make it so that anybody who does want to see in and does want to see what's happening has to do that in a walking scenario, has to be next to it to look over and be able to see in the pool, which eliminates some amount of our privacy and security concern. Not all of it, but some amount of our privacy and security concern is that driving by, you don't have that very clear visibility into the pool. So that across the street, you don't have it. But so that when you're walking by, you also don't have a dead facade or a dead use on Valley Road in Upper Montclair. So it's a I don't remember the exact percentage. Again, our architect will talk more about it, but there's a percentage of the glass that we had proposed filming and obscuring that I don't believe makes it so you can't see through. It just makes it so that you have to be more intentional about seeing through.
Okay. I think that pretty much covers everything I intended to ask David. Is there anything else you wanted to say that is not part of my outline? Okay, no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions from the board? Just if you would make sure your mic's on and
I do have one
pointed
about
down.
I do have
towards you.
one
Thank
about
you.
the back, but I think it'd be appropriate if I wait for the civil engineer's site plan review.
Ms. Wallace.
Are we going to hear from the operator of the school?
We will.
Okay, thanks. I'll save my questions.
All right.
Were there any other potential uses of the site that were considered?
There were, I mean,
Multifamily,
I
like
considered multifamily over retail. We did consider, again, drive-through restaurants and other drive-through like retail-like uses that might work there. I think those are the two that were mainly considered prior to this.
Please.
The Historic Commission, I think they had two memos. In the first memo, I think they questioned if this meets the definition of an educational play center. That seems to have been solved. That was answered at the HPC because the second memo didn't have it. And I'm wondering, Janice, if you could comment on that, if you or anyone, if that's been resolved.
You want me to comment on the HPC's memo or the?
The HPC memo, the first one asked the question as to whether or not this complies with the definition of an education. I'm sorry, the green light was off. If the swim school complies with the definition that's in zoning for an educational play center, I think it was a question that the HPC posed.
It was determined by the zoning officer that it does.
And I think Mr. Ianwali, I think what the commission, well, I'm looking at the HPC memo. What they said was the commission questioned whether a swimming pool is an appropriate educational use in the NC neighborhood commercial zone. So it might be the same question, but just so it's clear what they wrote in their letter.
And how was the HPC answered?
The HPC was not answered.
Oh.
They're advisory to the board.
Okay.
So I just want to point out, and I neglected to include this in the marked exhibits, there was a subsequent memo from the Design Review Committee of the HPC dated March 16th, 2026, and that should be marked as A14. I believe you received copies of that memo.
I think so, yes.
Okay, so then if the HPC asked the question, who answered it?
Which question are you talking?
Would you mind reading their
Sure.
question?
So
answer?
this is from the HPC's November 24th, 2025 letter to the Development Review Committee. They say, the commission reviewed this proposal and provided the following comments and recommendations. Number one, the commission questioned whether a swimming pool is an appropriate educational use in the NC neighborhood commercial zone.
And there was no answer submitted to the HPC. Again, they're advisory. And I bet this was basically their advice to the planning board.
Okay,
Do
so.
you have more
it's-
questions?
I don't know how to answer your question.
Well,
I mean, I think
I could, listen, I look at that definition, it seems like a gaming facility, it talks about, I just think for the applicants, so
The
who
zoning
would make
officer-
that determination?
The zoning
if it
officer makes the decision. The zoning officer made the decision that it's a permitted use and it should go to the planning board.
Is that in the memo someplace saying that this?
There is no, it's not a memo, it was an administrative decision. That's the job of the zoning officer.
If I can just address that, I mean, every application that's submitted is reviewed and vetted, but first of all by the planning department with the assistance of the zoning officer to make sure that jurisdiction is appropriate, you know, but whether it's planning board or zoning board, which really depends upon whether the use is permitted. This was fully vetted and determination was made. And, you know, with all due respect to the HPC, they're the HPC. They don't have any particular expertise in interpreting zoning ordinances or, making planning determinations. And it was just a question that they had, but it's a question that we recognized and vetted out, and, determination was made, and here we are. Just like every other application, it's reviewed to ensure that jurisdiction is appropriate before whether it's the planning board or the zoning board.
We're not taking questions from the public at this point. Once the board's answered the questions of this witness, the public will have an opportunity to ask the witness about his testimony.
Okay, let's assume that they asked a question. So the definition of educational play center is a multi-purpose children's activity space devoted to learning, recreation, and entertainment, which may include retail sales and no more than 3 automatic amusement games.
Where does that come from?
That's a definition in the zoning.
It's in Ms. Talley's memo as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess the question was asked, does this facility meet that definition administratively?
And the answer is yes.
Yes.
That
okay.
was the determination, that it's dedicated to children's education, children's parties, and that the zoning officer felt that met the intent of a multifunctional, let me get my memo.
Multi-purpose children's activity
Multi-purpose,
space, to
yes.
quote your memo?
Yes, according to my memo. And that's how it got before the planning board.
I recall, I think from the DRC meeting that, well, first of all, the zone has similar things. I mean, Kidville, in the Acme Plaza. But as I recall, hearing that, in fact, other municipalities had ported in our definition when contemplating a similar project. So, I mean, it doesn't really, there's no other, what else would it be if it's not this? And I say this as somebody who's willing to ask the questions about appropriate zoning, as, we demonstrated last week.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Borshoff.
What's the expected length of the lease that you'd be offering SwimQuest?
We're joint venture partners.
So
on
joint
this.
venture, so it's dual ownership?
That's correct.
All right, and is there any thought to if, clearly there's a precedent set, this would be the 5th one, So they understand, obviously, the business model, and, I'm sure they're not coming here haphazardly. But if the business did not succeed in several years down the road, because this is a very particular site, right? That's not easy to turn around. Has there been any thought to what it looks like post SwimQuest?
Alan's not going to love my answer to this. I wanted to apply to this board for all of the approved uses in the NC zone in the site at once. I wanted to say we're going to build a building that will currently be a SwimQuest swim school, but we'd like permission to use it for retail, restaurant, or other. And the way it's designed, filling in the pool is not a complicated exercise. And like I said, the pool is 4 feet below grade, so raising that grade to hit the Valley Road entrance is not undoable. It changes some site circulation things. It's not free, but it's not undoable. It is an adaptive reuse project at that time, rather than, I think, a full new construction project at that time. But when I pushed that with Mr. Trembulac, it was unclear how we asked for that permission. The variances, the various testimonies about how the building would operate, how do we justify future uses we don't know about? So what you've heard is an application on the swim school, but I'm fully prepared, and it was designed in a way that it could be something different in the future if market demands, take that. Sure.
Are there showers at the swim school?
Sure.
Any other questions from the board of this witness? Questions from the public of this witness? If you want to step up to the lectern, if you feel so inclined to make a line, you could make a line, or just come up when available. If you would.
My name is Carol Ferens. I live at Princeton Place.
Ms. Ferens, could you just make sure the green light is on?
Green light is on.
It is? Okay.
I've never had a problem being heard in my career.
Well, we just want to make sure people at home can hear you.
Can I first just ask a question about, I'm going to accept as a member of the board the fact that the zoning officer has made a
Yeah.
determination.
Hold on one second. It looks like Mr. Gearhart.
Sorry.
There we are. Can we just get your name and address on the record?
Carol Ferens, Princeton Place, Montclair.
Thank
south
you.
of the park. I'm going to assume for the purpose of this conversation that the zoning officer has made a decision. It isn't, I want to make a statement that I think I have to accept that only if it's documented in some place that the public can get access to it and take an appeal from it. So why a zoning officer isn't required under our municipal law to put this in writing is beyond my comprehension, okay? I mean, let's
But
deal with the law.
I agree, and this is the time for, speaking of the law, that's what the law says, is this is the time for questions
Yeah.
of the applicant?
Yeah, but I want to make sure that this committee understands that there has to be documentation. Now, and the other one, I have to say, the Historic Preservation Commission, the chair and I have had disagreements over this.
You need to ask questions of this witness.
There's a reason to defend people. There was an undue comment made about her capabilities based upon, with all due respect, and I object on her behalf.
Miss, I understand.
With my
but-
questions, I'll go to it.
Thank you.
Rightfully so, you sought, Mr. Genova, to get people, with talent and skills and information to see whether or not this was an appropriate use, correct?
I'm not sure I understand.
All right. You went to the police department, or somebody approached you from the police department, and you had a conversation with them with regard to your intended use of the property, yes?
Not the police department, no.
I mean, I'm sorry, the fire department.
I had conversations with the fire department on more than one occasion, originally about site massing and logistics, and then again, once we had determined the use prior to filing the application, I socialized the application with the fire department.
And who, by way of title, position, and name in the fire department did you have these conversations with?
Deputy Chief Lizzo.
And did he indicate to you that he had the authority, based upon a reasonable degree of fire practice, to make the statements to you that he made, that you've testified to?
I don't think I asked him to make any statements. I asked him his opinion on how the operation worked, what their challenges were up there. It started out as a conversation of tell me what is good, bad, and ugly around the Upper Montclair fire station. And he gave me feedback in a vacuum, not knowing what I was proposing. And then I said, how can I make your life easier with what I'm going to propose next door?
Understand, but
I don't know, you may or may not understand this, but you do understand in order for it to be binding, it has to be based upon not his personal opinion, but based upon some basis in the fire practice. Yes, you understand that distinction?
I don't take our conversation as something that I would ever qualify as needing to be binding. It was an opinion of the person who works next door, and we designed our site according to feedback we got from him. My understanding, I don't know this for a fact, is that he went to other people in the fire department and asked their opinion. I haven't seen the emails that Janice references, but I simply asked how I can be a good neighbor, and I was given a list of things that would make his life easier.
So you don't know one way or the other whether or not what he told you was his personal opinion or based upon any professional information?
I do not know that.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Kathleen Bennett, Chairperson of the HPC. Mr. Genova, one of the conditions of the demolition was that you were to provide photographic evidence of the interior and exterior of the demolished building or to be demolished building. Have you done that yet?
We've done the work. We haven't submitted for the total demolition permit to the building department yet, but it will be part of that.
Okay, for our records.
For your records.
And then, Mr. Trenbulak, if you recall at our meeting on this November 13th before the HPC, at the end of the meeting, I questioned where this application was going. And do you remember what you said to me?
I don't.
Well, we were concerned about the issue that Mr. Iannali brought up about the swim school. And you said to me that this application was going to go before the zoning board because you were going to appeal that decision. So what happened in the interim?
Well, first of all, I don't deny that I said what you said. I don't recall it, though. I know at one point there was some concerns expressed by the planning department and the zoning officer, not certain as to whether this use met the definition of an educational play center. We then reached out and provided some additional information to the zoning officer and Janice Talley, explaining the nature of the use and why we felt it meets the definition as a multi-purpose children's facility with educational, recreational, and entertainment uses.
So there was no appeal to the zoning board about the change
No,
of?
There was no.
Okay, and so how would the public have been notified of that?
The public would have been notified by it when the application was filed and when notices went out indicating that the application was to be heard by the planning board.
Okay, thank
But
you.
there's no, to my knowledge, every application is reviewed for zoning, but nothing is sent to the public.
Linda Cranston, Alexander Avenue. I want to ask about the design. Is that inappropriate at this time? You have to wait for the architect?
I would say if Mr. Genova actually testified about it, because he did raise a couple of things about the design, I'd say it's fair game to ask him questions.
All right, I know, we all know we're living in a highly valued historic town. People move here to move into historic Victorian and colonial homes. So why did you select a very contemporary design for a historic business district?
I am going to let the architect talk a little bit more about that, but I'll be here to answer any further questions about it. The commercial design guidelines in the Upper Montclair Historic District pretty explicitly say, please don't fake historic buildings. They say live within the time frame, design within the time frame that you're in. So be honest about what a building is. Be sensitive to things like bulk, massing, street frontage, storefronts, all the things. It requires a sensitivity, but it also explicitly says don't recreate history. And so swim schools are not a historic use by their nature. We didn't think that building a Tudor-styled swim school or a colonial-style swim school was authentic for its time. It's a use that is a contemporary and modern use, and so we went with a modern and contemporary design. But we tried to do that in harmony with the other aspects of the the commercial design guidelines, which talk about things like dimensionality on the facade, materials, hard masonry materials, good storefront materials, awnings, lighting, all the things that are in there. We tried to meet the intent of the commercial design guidelines while maintaining that it is a contemporary use.
There's lights all around it all night long.
Those lights are dimmed after. Norberto's town engineer's memo suggested a dimming time for those lights, or a time for those lights to go off. We're happy to live in that. I don't remember exactly the time, 10 or 11 o'clock he suggested. We're fine with that.
So if other architects or the HPC has recommendations on how to not necessarily have it be a colonial looking or Victorian looking building, but a facade, an exterior that better fits into the neighborhood, would you be willing to seriously look at those changes?
We're open to making, every time I've ever been in front of Kathleen and the HPC, the building has gotten better by the time we were out of that meeting. I very much value the HPC's input, and I think we accomplished a lot of what they wanted to see in that first memo. The second memo came out like 3 days ago, so there have been no revisions based on their revised memo. But I am open to design discussions overall that don't limit our ability to operate the business in a very specific way. It is a niche business.
The other question is, it says, I guess the definition you're looking for is multi-use. So what's the multi-use besides swimming?
It says multi-purpose space. So
is that what it says, Tony?
Would you like me to read it again? Okay.
Great.
Educational Play Center, a multi-purpose children's activity space devoted to learning, recreation, and entertainment, which may include related retail sales and no more than 3 automatic amusement games.
So
to that, the first thing I did when I read that definition was I said, what use exists in this zone that would have needed site plan approval in order to open, and what meeting minutes and what resolution can I read to see what the planning board thought was important? And the only one that I could find that went into a detail that was a site plan approval was for Kidville in the Acme parking lot. And that's from like 2013 or 2012, that resolution exists. So I read the questions from the planning board to the applicant. I read the meeting minutes from that night, and what seemed to be of interest to the planning board at that time were things like, will there be, first of all, it's not a drop-off in the morning and a pickup at night. It's not a school. It's not something where you drop somebody off at 7 and you don't pick them up till 4. There was a rotating group of classes. That was a big component. The second was, what are you doing on these structures? Are they being used for birthday parties, one-on-ones, 2-on-1 swim lessons, 3-on-1s, and group activities? The answer for us was yes. And what I came out on the end of it, when I finished reading the Kidville application, was that barring a few minor details, if you crossed out the word Kidville and wrote SwimQuest on this application, it's nearly an identical use. If you went with a pool rather than a multi-purpose structure, jungle gym structure. And then if you look at the website, that was the next thing I did, was I said, let's see what Kidville's doing today. Let's see how they market themselves to this. The services offered are, again, nearly identical, both in length of time of the classes, services offered in terms of 1-on-1s, 2-on-1s, and group classes, no full day option, and a mix of educational programming, and their definition and our definition being the same of recreational programming, being things like birthday parties. Mm-hmm. And so that was what made me confident that this was, at least at some point, the intent of the planning board to make it an educational play center.
Good evening. Jane Hansen, Marion Road, and a frequent pedestrian on Valley Road near your site. Since you've opened up the notion of comparing yourself to Kidville and the operations, I couldn't tell from current SwimQuest websites the number of classes you have, the number of children in each class, and the intensity of the classes. Can you speak to that?
We're going to have testimony. I don't think it'll be tonight based on where we are in the evening, but at a future, we're going to have a representative from SOMQuest
Yeah.
who is more.
I was going to wait till then, but since you raised it
Yeah.
with Kidville, I thought I'd ask you now.
Yeah, we have numbers to that. There is testimony planned for that, but it's not going to be for me.
And when do you think that will be? I want to be here, and I'm not sure what my travel schedule is. So,
I guess I would ask Ms. Talley what she thinks. There's clearly going to be a second night for this application. Do you have a general sense as to when that'll
Yeah,
be?
I think it's going to be May 4th.
okay, good.
May
I'll be in
4th.
town. Thank you. But I have another question with respect to the architecture.
Well, I was
The
just
last-
going to, let me just, Mr. Tremblay, do you know if that date works for you off the top of your head?
I'll make it work.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you,
Okay.
though, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I just want to make sure the public, you have an interest, the public has an interest.
Thank you.
May 4th.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The last picture I have is what's in front of Mr. Trembulac right now. But you said some things that suggested perhaps some changes. Can you speak to that? Is it still a white building with that wave that goes across the front of it, with the arcade, the coverage that
This
looks like
is-
it goes up to the edge of the street? And if I read your site plan correctly, there's 0 setback from Valley Road?
This is the current revised elevation. There were 3 storefronts. There are now 4 storefronts. The awning was a comment from the DRC about bringing an awning out over it, so that.
And does that extend all the way to Valley Road, the awning?
I don't remember the depth.
And it looks like there are pillars there, am I reading that correctly?
The pillars are surface mounted to the building, so
Ah,
they're there
okay.
to provide like an architectural detail more than they are to provide structure.
Okay,
The biggest changes from the first version to this version are that the actual facade material, which is a little hard to translate on the dusk rendering, went from a fiber cement panel to a brick. So this is now a brick building. The color did stay light as a
it's still
color,
white.
but it is a brick building. It's also, the building next door is
Right,
brick.
the Talbot's is brick.
And then the piers on the end of the building were an HPC comment and a DRC comment. So those were added to this, as was the base under the building to give it a little dimensionality there. The addition of the 4th storefront to provide more symmetry, and the lighting change on the front for the sconces. And then the overall wood paneling detail that's above, that was decreased by like 28% in its volume or its surface area. on
I'd be happy to have it decreased to 100%. All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Good evening, Frank Rabacki, 398 Upper Mountain Avenue. Mr. Genova, since you were discussing, you just testified about how you had looked at multiple uses for this lot, and you had conversations about the use you did settle on, and there were conversations with the planner and the zoning officer. When you were considering to have a universal type of use approval, I'll call it a universal use type, within the MC zone, did you consider whether this was a through lot or whether all uses, this would be, forget about the uses, that you were working with a through lot or not? Did you clarify that?
Legally speaking, I didn't think it was a through lot because I don't think Upper Montclair Plaza qualifies as a street. It's a right-of-way, it's a parking lot, but I think the definition is a street. So I didn't think of whether or not legally it was a through lot. I thought that was clear in the ordinance. I did think practically, because there are buildings that have facades that front Upper Montclair Plaza there, I did think practically about whether or not a building that resembled the Talbot's building next door, which has a facade on Valley, has a facade on the plaza, and then kind of ranges in height as it gets there. I did consider whether or not that was good or bad planning. I was nervous about getting rid of the historic stone retaining wall that's in the back of the property, which would likely have happened if there were frontage on that parking lot. We would have needed to cut into that retaining wall to provide a storefront and to provide a building. And I was nervous about parking circulation. That kind of informed some of that. But I didn't think it met the definition of a through lot, but I did try to think of whether or not there was a reason to put a use on the Upper Montclair Plaza.
And did you reached out about the uses that you eventually did settle on? Did you ask the planner or the zoning officer their opinion as far as whether it was a through lot?
I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Evan Cutler, 139 Haddon Place in Montclair. I guess my first question, David, is when you talked to the firefighters, did they talk to you about or mention anything about where they park their private cars, where they're the cars they take to work?
If I understand it right, they park their private vehicles in the rear of the fire station on the surface macadam lot that's in the rear. The apparatus, the trucks are in the actual fire station.
But not their personal vehicles, for the last few years, since the bank is closed, where they've been parking their vehicles?
I've given them permission to park in the lot since we bought it, but they were parking in the lot behind the fire station.
Gotcha. So for how many years have they been using the Chase lot as their private, as their parking lot for their personal vehicles?
I can't speak to before we owned it. I gave them permission.
Since you gave them permission?
Correct. 1 year. I mean, April of 2025 is when we closed on that.
Oh, okay. Am I allowed to give my personal observations of how long they've been using that parking? Or is is this like I'm in court and I have to everything has to be in the form of a question?
Yes. That's what the municipal land use law requires.
Gotcha.
It lays out very specific procedures on how we need to operate.
I've only been here 3 times and I'm still getting the hang of it.
I would love.
The first time I was here, I thought she was the person who was working with the, I didn't even know that you were the, what's your position?
I'm the township planner.
I took me the 3rd meeting, so I realized you weren't a developer. So I mean,
No,
to me, it's still a whole learning process.
Right, so Ms. Talley works for the municipality. as
I
the
learned that on the
township
3rd
planner.
meeting.
And she's also our board secretary. That's why
Gotcha.
she's also
Okay.
here.
All right. So my observations from having walked my dog twice a day for 7 or 8 years, past there several times a day, is that lot is filled with people who either work at the Chase, at Valley and Bellevue, or work at the fire station. So I'm wondering, where will those cars that are currently being parked there now go once that becomes a swim school?
Well, the Chase owned the lot, so they provided parking to all their employees. They owned the bank on Valley and Bellevue and the drive-through.
Of course.
So they had the right to use it however they wanted. I have no knowledge of how they used it. No employees.
No. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My question is, where do you think those cars that are now being parked there, where the swim school will eventually come to be, where will they now be able to park their cars?
I don't know. Nobody has permission to park there. Other than the fire department for the last year while they circulate, nobody has explicit permission to park on that lot.
Gotcha. So if that does become a swim school, you're going to have at least a dozen cars are going to have to find new places to park.
In a month, a dozen cars will have. If you're saying there's a dozen cars there, we're going to close that off soon.
Yeah, there's at least a dozen cars there. And I actually asked my, I bank at Chase, and they said, yeah, we all park there. In fact, they suggested I park there because anyone could park there right now.
I better hurry up and put up the fence. I don't know.
Yeah. As far as you're comparing that to the kid, what's the place in Acme, the Kidville? So are there going to be, besides instructional swimming, is there also going to be parties there?
Mm-hmm.
So at a certain point, it's not a question of there's 5 kids having classes at one time, but there could be what's your take on how many kids could come to a party there?
That's going to get testified to by the applicant.
So I have to wait for that.
Request. Yeah.
Okay. All right, as far as, all right, I'll wait for that stuff, for that. But my other question is, I just want to make sure there is because my experience with the times I have been here is that I just want to make sure there's no conflicts of interest with anybody on the board and with you in regards to this development. Is there anybody here that you've had any communications with regarding this project?
Anybody here have had communications with regarding this?
Like conversations with?
I've had conversations with the planner.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've had conversations with Arthur Neese.
We discussed at the DRC.
With Eric Milano. I've not had any conversations with these people.
So like when you say you've had conversations with Eric, what are those about?
We were at the DRC meeting together.
So you guys privately discued
Not
this project?
public.
This is at a
DRC.
public.
Yeah, it's
You've
a
never
public
had a
meeting.
private conversation with him about this? Or any email correspondence?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. As far as when looking into the future, is there any plans that this could possibly become something that is apartments?
Not in this, I mean, the site is and one of the approved uses in the NC is for a mixed-use building with residential above and retail, or another approved use on the ground. Someone, whether it be me or someone else in the future, could certainly propose to knock this down and put up a 3-story building with apartments on top. I'm not proposing that at this time, and I have no reason to believe I will propose it in the future.
But there's nothing to stop, there's not out of the realm of possibility that you could possibly flip this into apartments like 3 years from now if it turns out that people realize that this is like, maybe like not the most smart idea for something in that area.
I think it is a smart idea for that.
No, I'm
area.
saying
But yes, if I was millions of dollars wrong and I had to knock the building down, I could propose apartments, yes.
Mhm. Or could you possibly just, like you said, just fill in the pool and just,
No, because you can't put apartments on the first floor in the NC.
but fill in the pool, put something there, and then put apartments above those? You can't,
I
that's
would
something you
need
can't do?
relief, I would need approval from this board.
Yeah, anything like that would have to be approved by this board.
Oh, but if it was okay, so you'd have to still do that, but, so it's basically
Anything could happen with approval from the
Yes,
board,
okay.
but I would need approval from.
So it is now the realm of possibility that these could someday be apartments?
When you say these, there's nothing to make apartments. It's a pool.
No, I understand. Okay. I'm just saying I'm just wondering with the master plan, as far as like, to me, my theory is that this could eventually become more apartments. And this is, to me, when I
hope this gets approved.
when I read this in the Montclair Local, I literally had to look on my phone and see, is it April 1st? Because I thought it was their April Fool's edition.
Right.
So to me, when I see this, it's like, I just don't, I'm finding it hard to take serious. I mean, I thought, the one thing I do love is the fact that the fire department is right next door, so if they need to fill their tanks, I literally thought that was the April
We have a
Fool's joke.
spigot on the side of the building so that they can fill their tanks using pool water.
Oh, so that is part of the idea. Okay, so maybe it's not, so that's was that part of the decision?
No, it's just an easy thing to do.
Okay, so if the tank is, like, if the firefighters, like, just had a fire and then they need to quickly fill their tanks, they could fill, like, obviously you would want to take the kids out of the pool first, but then you could literally siphon the water out of the swimming pool and into the fire trucks. All right, so maybe this isn't that crazy an idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to go back to your question about apartments, I think Mr. Trembulak said if this were to become apartments, they would be back before this board under a new application, new public notice, new public hearing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I understand. Now I'm just a guy.
Of course.
Yeah, who like knows very little about planning, but to me it's like, I live here, I walk by here a couple of times a day, and to me it's like, I feel like I take my life in my own hands when I walk along that stretch because.
Well, I think that'll be a good, when we get to the comment portion.
When we get to that part.
That'll be a great thing to raise.
I'm going to save that. Thank you.
And that goes for anybody. Whoever has comments like that, please save them till the end. Because once we go through all their witnesses, we ask all the questions.
Great.
At that point, then we have the public come back
just
up.
to get clarity,
Yep.
Is that going to be tonight?
No.
Oh.
No. So
Okay.
just to.
This is my one chance. I'm like literally like.
Well, it's taken me 10 years of sitting here to finally understand
Yes.
the process, really.
Uh-huh.
So, because it's complicated, right? So I don't expect members of the public to know this intimately. So Mr. Trembulak has already said they're not going to get through all of their 5 or 6 witnesses tonight. So they're going to come back on May 4th, and they're going to present another series of witnesses. We may or may not get to public comment at that point, depending on how long things take.
All right, so my quick question here is, I already know I'm not going to be here on May 4th. I'm going to be out of. Will I be able to give public comment via a letter, or does it
No.
have to be?
It has to be in person, according to the municipal land use. It's state law that it has to be in person so that everybody hears it at the same time and that you can be asked questions.
Could I
if needed.
hire somebody who could speak in my voice with like my sort of do an impersonation of me?
I think
and
you can
say-
hire an attorney to be, you can be represented by an attorney, but
How
I don't
about my
think
son?
if he has the same concerns as you do, I mean,
How old is your son?
He's going to be 26. And
Yeah.
he's very articulate.
No reason why he couldn't come.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So, Evan,
He
you're
looks a lot like me.
irreplaceable.
Okay.
Evan, you're irreplaceable.
But he could
All right,
also
thank you.
speak for himself and not,
right.
it doesn't
and
have to
I
be your
think
words, it
that's-
could be
he's-
his
Well,
own
no, I want
concerns.
even if he has his own opinion, I'd like my voice to be heard. That's why I tried to actually email you guys all today, and I looked on the town website. There's no contact emails for anybody
It's
here.
because we can't accept public comment on
That's
applications.
why, now I know.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
and that's, and I.
But just one bit of comment, I know this isn't a question, I'll ask you a question. Would it be possible that in the town website, there would be a mention of that you can't do that? Because there is like a link to how to communicate with, and I actually used
I
to be on
actually
the.
think we should do that,
Yeah,
quite
because
honestly.
it leads me to dead ends. I spent like half an hour trying to figure this out. And I actually used to be on the council communications board when we had one before. They realized that we don't need one because the communication is so great in this town. So,
Pause for groans. I don't
oh
know.
well. All right,
But
thank
yes,
you.
you're just to respond to that briefly. We're actually having some conversations this weekend among several of the board members about that idea of putting something on the website that explains this process more, because it's really opaque and it's mired in all sorts of laws and ordinances. So that to try and give the public a general sense for how these go and to really put something on the website that would answer these questions.
Yeah, because when I tried, actually, it linked me to not even this, but the other.
Board of Adjustments,
Yeah,
Board
so
of Adjustment, yes.
it literally took me to a dead end. And I had to backtrack and then make a right turn and a left turn
So
to
I
get me
think-
right back to where I was.
I think that's a great idea, and that's
Yeah.
something we're going to work on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hello.
my name is Suzanne Neckerman. I own Get Dressed Montclair, which is a clothing store on Valley Road. I previously owned Suzanne N., which was on Bellevue Avenue. I've owned store for 15 years here in town. And I understood that the zoning in the business district is for retail and restaurants. So you have mentioned numerous times that retail is part of the concept, and I just wanted to ask you how.
I don't think I mentioned that retail is part of the concept.
Didn't you say that you have some sort of retail, whether it's parties or something?
Parties aren't retail.
Okay,
I don't think I've used the word retail tonight. If I'm wrong, I don't think I used the word.
okay, so then would there need to be a variance that it's non-retail on the ground floor in the business district that's supposed to be retail?
The business district has an approved use of educational play center on the ground floor, and this meets the definition of educational play center, which is why I think what I said was that it's an approved use in the zone. I don't think we spoke about selling goods or wares, but there is the provision that you said retail and restaurants, it is more expansive than that, the kinds of uses that are approved in the NC zone.
Okay, even I understood Mr. Anthony even questioning that as well. So I'm not really clear how we get from retail to educational facility being approved.
It's in the zone has a list of permitted uses and prohibited uses. In the permitted use section, there is a list that includes things like nail salons, service retail, restaurants.
It's still retail. Nail salon is still retail.
Let him finish, please.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but it's one of the personal services is an approved use, and so is educational play centers. Just like fitness is approved in certain zones where no goods change hands, that this falls under a definition of educational play center, which is specifically an approved use on the first floor in the NC zone.
Okay. You also had mentioned that the parents who come will probably drop off their kids and support the local retail that's around. Is that something that usually happens, that parents leave their kids in the swim school by themselves and wander around and go shopping?
It is. When you say I've mentioned it, I don't know Alan, tell me. I mean, I think what you're talking about are things that I've said off the record, not at this hearing. So I didn't testify to how the parents were going to operate at this hearing. I just wanted to be clear about that. Off the record, historically, I have said one of the things that excites me about this use is that the length of time of these classes, the way that this school functions is likely, in my opinion, and in history of what we've seen from this applicant who has the benefit of having other locations in other places, is that it is likely that parents will not have enough time to go home and do something, and that they will likely use the streets and use the area for the various offerings that Upper Montclair has while their kids are taking swim lessons. And so I think what you're probably talking about is a quote from the Montclair local, and that was, I think, what my quote was, and I remain excited for that opportunity for the district.
It seems that when we called the other schools that they mentioned that parents never leave, so it seems contradictory. But those are the other schools. Maybe the school here in Montclair will have people more walking around. I also wondered about the signage and the neon lights, because when I opened my store, my sign was allowed to be 12 inches tall, period, end, no exception. So I made all my lettering the same size to cover my 12 inches. This is way, way more than 12 inches.
Is this a question of?
Is there a variance for that?
No. First of all, there's no neon lighting. It's LED lighting, which is consistent with LED lighting that's in neighboring businesses and districts. And the sign that you're talking about, a 12-inch sign, is a different application to the sign than this. A wall-mounted sign is not limited to 12 inches. An awning, like on the lip of an awning, I think is limited to 12. There are other places that have different qualifications. The percentage of storefront, there are calculations that get you to what your maximum signage height and depth can be. And this is a compliant sign with the sign ordinance.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Genova, just a question.
Yeah.
How long, I know you're not the operator, how long will the classes be generally?
30 minutes is 30 to 45 minutes is the class length.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm Holly Felber. I own Barbara Eclectic in Upper Montclair. So a quick question, Mr. Genova. In your opinion, is it easier to get variances to put up a swim school than to put up a building with apartments and retail on the bottom?
If a building with apartments and retail on the bottom were designed in a very specific way, it would not necessarily require variances. The only thing that by definition requires a variance is the use. If the use is wrong, if we wanted to put an adult video store on this, I would need a use variance for that. If we wanted to put an urgent care center, I would need a use variance on that. So that's the only thing that by definition I know going in would require a variance. Everything else is normally a faction of how the site operates that would inform whether or not there's a variance to ask for. I wanted to be clear that we wanted to limit variances as much as possible. The impervious is kind of a result of trying to add as much parking on the site.
Okay.
And the parking, the parking variance is a result of the size of the site and adjacent parking areas. So I wouldn't say anything's easier or not easier, but a different approach.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
One other question is, there are a number, in my observation, I have seen many swim schools popping up around us. I think there are 7 within a 5-mile radius currently, and the vast majority of them are have huge parking lots, and they're in strip malls. Do you consider a swim school a fad business?
I don't. I don't think AI is going to teach your kids how to swim. I don't think that pools are going to get replicated. I think pool safety is paramount. We've had deaths in this town of children who died in pools, and I think it's something that every kid needs to know how to do.
Thank you. And what is your opinion of retail, classic retail?
I'm a big fan of classic retail.
Do you think it's dying?
I'm concerned with retail. I'm concerned with office specifically. I'm concerned with lots of uses that are in the face of what we're facing as a society. So I think that we're going to see changes in the landscape about how these things operate moving forward. But I'm not against retail. I
Okay, good.
like retail.
We have 8 women's clothing stores in little tiny Upper Montclair. That is highly unusual. None of us are going anywhere. So everyone should celebrate that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I celebrate that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Women celebrate it.
Am I allowed to go up a second time?
If you make it short.
Super short. I just realized I didn't know that this part of the conversation was actually going to come this way. Made a couple hours today. I talked to people who live on Taylor Street, which is across from a swim quest in Milburn, which I guess is that the most recent one to be erected?
The most recent one is Westfield that opened today.
Oh, okay. Before today. But anyway, talking to some of the residents who live across the street from here, some of the notes I got from them, just jotting down stuff I got, was it was the worst thing that ever happened in 30 years.
Hold on.
Is this a question for
Yeah,
him?
no, totally a question.
But we can't, you can't.
It's
So-
it's in a question.
No,
It's going to be a little turn.
No, but I understand. Remember, we talked briefly
of
about
course.
court-type
Yeah.
procedures?
Wait till the turn, though. It's a good
hang
turn.
hang on.
Yeah,
We can't
of course.
cross-examine what somebody else told you. That's why when we said your son could come and
Oh,
provide
okay.
comment, he can't say, well, these are my dad's comments. He has to give those comments as if they're his, and hopefully they are his, right? So then somebody can ask questions about that. We don't know what somebody actually told you. You're representing it, but we can't ask them questions. So you can't tell us, for the same reason you can't send a letter in, we can't
No, I got it. All right, so I think I can figure this out. All right, so I'm wondering, from the people I talked to who live across the street, they observe people dropping off
Well,
their...
no, this is-
Not dropping...
Have to
Oh, all
object
right,
to
will
the
people not
question.
drop... All right, how's this?
Has-
Well, you say that people will drop off their kids and then go run errands and then come back. Now, the people
Nope.
from so...
You can't represent what somebody else said because we can't ask them questions about the veracity of that statement. So you have to ask this witness questions about what he's testified to, and you can ask, have you talked to other locations?
Okay,
or
have
other,
you
this
visited
operator of the
have you visited
locations?
the Milburn location and witnessed firsthand people dropping off their 2- and 3-year-olds, letting them go swim on their own, and then coming back a half hour later and having them walk back to the car?
I've not been to the Milburn location.
Have you been to any of the locations and seen parents? At the other locations, does it seem like parents most likely just let their kids walk out of the car and go to the swimming and then come back to their car, or do the parents escort them into the swim facility?
The operator's going to testify more to the operation of the business than I am.
Gotcha. Okay, is that today?
No.
All right, okay.
No, that'll be May 4th.
All right.
At the earliest,
God
it'll
willing.
be May 4th, because I'm looking at the time. We're
I'm sorry,
probably gonna
I'm
get
sorry.
through- No, not just because you. These processes take time, and, it's important for us to hear from the public and make sure the questions are answered, so. The
I was just
process
so
takes
proud
time,
of
not
myself
just
that I
'cause
was
of you.
actually able to track down all these people on Taylor Street.
But
And they're like,
but
why?
you-
How do you even know who I am? It was
But
really
you can't
like...
actually testify, can't provide those comments.
Gotcha.
That's the issue.
Okay, all right.
But thank you.
I'm just using I'm a journalist, so it was fun to actually use my journalistic tools and able to track these people down, and they were happy that I wasn't a telemarketer or selling, what do you call it, those warranties for your cars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark DiBenedetto, I'm a citizen of Upper Montclair and a business person there as well. And I didn't arrive at the very beginning of the meeting, so I don't know if this is the appropriate evening that somebody will be talking about traffic studies.
I think Mr. Trumbullack said that traffic witness is going to come at the next meeting.
Yes, but
So-
you're primarily going to talk about parking.
Primarily going to talk about parking.
So then I do have a question.
About this witness's testimony, I hope?
Traffic question?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to repeat. what
So
I
they'd
was-
like to defer to the
Well,
following
let's hear
meeting,
what
and that's
Mr.
okay.
Trumbullack's, let's
That's okay.
let him
Just
respond.
Repeat what we discussed
during the 260 Park Street hearing regarding the significance of off-street traffic, which is by law not something that the planning board can consider when you're dealing with a permitted use in the zone. That the zoning determination has been made that this use is permitted, and the planning board has no legal authority to sort of override that and say, even though the town council approved this use at this location, we think there's too much traffic. And the law is pretty clear on that. I'm not gonna
So
repeat.
so what you're saying, thank you, Mr. Tremulak, is that these representatives who are supporting a good lifestyle in the township of Montclair are shackled and handcuffed. Once a use has been approved, they must go forward regardless of the multitude of cars that are being added to the street scene.
That's essentially what the law provides, where the use is permitted, that the board is not allowed to take into account traffic conditions off-site, meaning not on this property. Because it essentially would allow the planning board to say, okay, your use is permitted, you meet all the requirements, but we think there's too much traffic. It's not allowed when the use is permitted.
What just an exception to what they think as compared to a traffic study that's compiled. We would take the opinion and the decision-making away from people that have other specialties and hear a report from a traffic specialist. Would they then not be able to make a determination that based upon that expert information and testimony, that even though the use is approved, it might not serve the human element in this particular part of town well?
I'm just telling you what the law provides.
And that's a law specific to Montclair?
No, specific to the state of New Jersey. There's various court decisions.
So then I'll end on this note. I'm sorry, Mr. Genova, did you want to say something?
I wanted to just clarify one thing,
Sure.
which is it is our job to tell you how the site operates safely. So how what we're doing on the site improves safety, maintains safety, and services the building and the neighbors in a safe way. So we will have to talk about, circulation and egress. We will talk about parking. There's a crosswalk across our thing that was part of the DRC. We're going to talk about that. But that is part of our testimony. Not my testimony, but our team's testimony.
So as you have now spoken to safety and circulation, I will have just a general question. Have you discovered the definition of the word bottleneck?
Bottleneck?
Bottleneck, when it comes to traffic.
I think I know that.
Okay. So I have lived in the town for 31 years, and I have traveled in and out of this parking space to go to the Muse. And so I ask you, if you know the definition of the word bottleneck, would you think it's comparable to the fact when you bring traffic into one set of geography, and then you ask all of those people to leave one other set, meaning heading north onto Bellevue Avenue, that could potentially construct a bottleneck situation?
I thought I knew the definition of bottleneck. My definition of bottleneck is when lanes are merging into one, and that doesn't occur on or adjacent to this site. So it is the same width. The street is the same width. So I don't think a bottleneck's occurring. I will concede that on occasion there is traffic in Upper Montclair.
Have you?
But I don't think there's a bottleneck.
So then in this particular, whether that's the right word or not, have you specifically, tried to exit that current parking lot out onto Bellevue Avenue? And have you experienced when the light at Valley Road and Bellevue Avenue is red, that the first lane of traffic is at a standstill? So anybody heading north waits a few moments. If you've experienced this yourself, then you sort of edge out past the people that are heading east, and you hope that the people that are heading west see you coming. And have you ever tried to do that when one of the trains are in town and the train crossings are down?
And
28 buses coming.
And it is absolutely just,
Well, that was your question to him. is
have
he
you ever
tried
experienced
right?
that?
I have experienced that.
And how did you feel about that when it was happening?
I've been experiencing it my whole life. I don't know that it's gotten worse.
So, it has gotten worse.
You asked if I have
You have
not
not.
experienced
So how do you think it might be exacerbated by the addition of this current use, which the board seems to have approved the use regardless of the traffic? How do you think that situation is going to develop?
I don't think it'll be exacerbated by this situation. We have a drive-through bank on the site that's been closed for 7 years that was contributing far more people into
Sir
that
Dave,
system
those
than-
people
than
went
we are.
into the bank and came out. They went
But they
into
still
the.
had to go, they could go left on Valley Road.
But they did. You're not talking about the little lane that I'm talking about. The lane at the end of the parking lot to go north onto Bellevue Avenue. And now they've added 3 retail shops there. Do you believe that that's going to be someplace where people can safely exit?
I can't take an opinion on whether or not other people are operating safely, but I can say it's not the only way out of that parking lot. There still is.
I'm sorry,
there
what
still
is your
a-
knowledge of the other way out of the parking lot?
You can get out on Valley Road.
Where, how?
You go around the parking lot and you go up.
And up where? By Starbucks?
Mhm.
Did you know, have you ever been frustrated by
Thank
the
you.
fact that people double park outside of Starbucks?
I can tell you I'm not one of them.
No, I'm not suggesting, because
That's all I can tell you.
we're not those kind of guys. I know that. I know this guy. We don't do that. I don't double park. And I don't even like throw bad signals at people that do.
I am frustrated
But-
by the amount of double parking overall in this town. as a
So
whole.
double parking through one of the 2 exits from this parking lot, which this approved use is now going to exacerbate the number of people that go there.
That's where I disagree. I don't think it's going to exacerbate the.
How does
condition that you're
more
talking about.
in the same amount of space not create an exacerbation or an elevation of the people trying to exit through those 2 places? That's mathematics.
No, but more assumes a baseline of 0. There was a Charlie Brown's restaurant in there that had 300 seats. There's all types of things that have gone away as part of the ecosystem of Upper Montclair. And so I just dispute the idea that we are so sure that everything is more when I don't have the evidence to agree with you or refute you. But there have been a variety of different things that have happened, including an 856-seat movie theater that is now only 400 seats. So there have been ebbs and flows with the activity and the intensity of the Upper Montclair zone, and I'm just not ready to say that we're at some tipping.
So I have one last question. You are articulate, well-meaning, and I don't believe in the word but, and would you consider working with that gentleman to explain to the township of how this process actually works? Because it's not right that college and advanced educated people need to have their website explain how things happen in this township. That is a modern-day catastrophe.
But is that a question for him?
I asked him if he would participate with you and work on getting this knowledge out to the public, or maybe changing the system.
I'm
Thank you very
willing
much.
to work with anybody. I've taken meetings from members of the public who are here tonight, and I'd happily meet you. You were at one of those meetings. I'd happily meet you again and answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think the question you raised, Mr. Di Benedetto, is a good one. That's what the other, well, it's what the other gentleman had asked about, is how do we clarify this process? And I think it's a good one that, like I said, we are going to take that on. And just to correct one thing, this planning board does not set zoning. That's the town council, township council that sets zoning. We hear applications for variances and site plan approvals and subdivisions. Miss.
Hi, my name is Arlene Carini. I'm a little nervous, sorry. I own Nouvelle and One Savvy Design in the corner of Valley and Lorraine. We've spoken before, and I have chicken scratch all over my notes, but let me start with this.
As long as there are questions,
Yes.
go for it.
Do you know how hard a business owner works in Upper Montclair?
I have a sense. I do not own a business in Upper Montclair, so I can't say with authority that I do.
15 years of advertising, paying for payroll, building a community. How are you going to contribute to that?
I'm not sure what you're asking me. How am I going to
So
contribute to what?
you said that the parents, we all know that the swim schools urge the parents to not leave their children because they're 2 to 3 years old. And you said
There's a
you
whole
don't know
variety-
that.
Whole variety of
Right.
ages.
So I want to know.
They're not all 2 to 3 years old.
Okay, 5. So for safety precaution, the parents are urged to stay and watch their children. You had said that the parents are going to patronize the area.
I said I'm excited at that possibility, yes.
How is that going to happen when they're there watching their children?
By that logic, every restaurant is not contributing anybody, that when you go into the Bellevue
No, I want
Theater-
the question
No, no,
answered.
You have to let him,
I'm
you have to let him
answering.
respond.
Okay.
The Bellevue Theater, when you're watching a movie, that means you are not walking around buying a coffee.
Well, they're not wet
buying
coming out of a
scone.
swim school, so, you know.
But the parents aren't wet, and the parents are part of it. In my opinion, and this is my opinion, a neighborhood commercial district has vitality and has energy because of the variety of uses that make it up. And I think this township's done a fantastic job making sure that there are those variety of uses, that everything in Upper Montclair isn't a restaurant, isn't a nightclub or a bar, which some towns are plagued with, and that businesses like yours, businesses like Kidville, businesses like the yoga studio, all interact in an ecosystem. I believe that this is a good piece of that ecosystem, and I believe that in the future, when we look at what Upper Montclair, how it behaves, I think that this is going to be something that we say enhanced and increased pedestrian walking traffic in that neighborhood after years of seeing posts online from people saying, where are all the stores going? They're turning into restaurants. I was enthused and excited by bringing something that I thought had a more cooperative use with the zone to the zone, and I stand by that.
So you think SwimQuest is going to attract people from all the other towns
I hope it
to
attracts-
come
I hope it's
shop our
very
district?
successful, and I hope that those people shop in your district and at your store. I do.
Yeah, okay. So they won't go to the one that's closer to their home, that's in a large parking lot with lots of parking?
If they live in Cedar Grove or Verona, this will be the closest one to their home, Clifton.
No,
Glenridge.
Cedar Grove has one.
Cedar Grove does not have a SwimQuest.
No? Not a SwimQuest, but it has a swim school.
It's an entirely different operation.
Doesn't matter. It's still a swim school. It's a pool. Okay.
It does matter.
So at the end of the day, we're not sure how this is going to impact our community, okay? And I'm just going to say that retail is
And
not dead.
this would be a question?
Yes. Do you think retail is dead?
No, I said the opposite of that.
Okay.
last.
So you said that it's good for all these different uses, right? And the reason why there's different uses is because maybe rents are a little high and a lot of retail can't come in, and so these other businesses are coming in because the ordinances clearly state that there is, no offices and certain businesses can only be on the ground floor. Hence, Core Fire is on the second floor, but now we have a dance school on the ground floor. So there's a lot of acceptances and a lot of variances.
I had nothing to do
I
with
understand, and so I know you asked for at least 3 variances to get your business.
2.
Zoning. So you went to Janice.
We
Did
didn't
you,
ask
did
for
you not speak with Janice? You went to Janice
I've
to
spoken
ask
to
for
Janice
approval.
multiple times on this plan,
Right.
but I didn't request.
That's
any
why,
variance. No use.
is that the reason why there wasn't a
Just-
zoning
just
board
you-
meeting?
You have to let him finish answering
Okay.
before you ask your next
Okay,
question.
I'm
So
sorry.
the record's
I'm very
clear.
excited. I'm sorry. I
I
just
know
came out
that-
of Core Fire. I'm like shaking. Sorry.
And I
Jittery.
appreciate everybody's enthusiasm.
Yeah.
My job is to make sure that all your comments are heard, and they're
Okay.
heard lawfully so that they can be considered by this board.
Okay.
When we applied for this application, we applied with 2 variances. They're the same 2 variances that exist today. They
And
are lot coverage and they are parking.
Okay.
The use is up to the zoning officer to determine. The zoning officer made a determination. There were questions asked and information gathered
Okay.
for them to make that determination, because use is not something that necessarily appears on architectural or engineering plans. Sometimes you have to speak to how this business plans to operate, how the other businesses plan to operate. We were forthcoming about those questions and gave answers to those questions, and ultimately, the zoning officer made a determination. But I never requested a use variance.
And when you say zoning officer, who are you referring to?
The zoning officer of the town is Richard Sharon.
And that's who you spoke with?
I spoke with the DRC And then I went, and the DRC was a meeting where the use was still, I guess, up in the air. That hadn't been, the determination had not been made yet. And I've spoken with Richard Sharon and Janice Talley about the use.
And so they made a decision without a board?
Which is normally what happens now.
Is that what normally happens?
Yes.
Interesting.
Zoning-
So then why are they here?
Every application, when it comes in, is reviewed by the zoning officer with the town planner to make certain that the use is permitted and the application is going to the correct board. Every application. None of that is done in public. That's administrative review, not only in this town, but in every town in the
But there
state of
was
New
a
Jersey.
zoning board meeting set up. Well, when we saw you in November, there was a zoning board meeting planned. Okay. All right, so let's go on to, did you offer money to the Commonwealth Club for additional parking because you didn't feel like you had enough parking?
I went to the Commonwealth Club and asked if they were willing to part ways with any of their ancillary parking on off hours for employees.
So you've decided to put a facility where there's not enough parking to sustain it?
I asked a question of the Commonwealth Club if they had any excess parking.
So the question is yes, because you wouldn't have asked the Commonwealth Club if you thought you had enough parking.
If I wanted more parking than the zone, I could have asked the Commonwealth Club. I mean,
Yes.
we rent parking spaces all over town for a variety of things that we do. And that was a question that I asked the Commonwealth Club. It
Okay.
seemed like a good shared parking idea at the time. Shared parking is encouraged by the master plan, encouraged by the reexamination report,
Yes.
and encouraged in the zone. So I reached out to the Commonwealth Club and said, do you have any parking you're not using?
So you don't think that fitting a square peg in a round hole is what you're trying to do?
I do not.
Okay. And how are you going to protect and have the safety of the children that are walking in the Montclair Plaza? Because not everybody's going to be able to park in your lot because you don't have the space. So they're going to be in the Montclair Plaza, and so they're going to be walking, but there's like no sidewalk there. So how do you...
I don't own Montclair Plaza.
You don't know Montclair, but you just said to Mark DiBenedetto that you know Montclair Plaza,
I
that
said I
you've
don't own
traveled.
it. I don't
You
own it. I
own
cannot make improvements to Montclair Plaza.
I understand you can't make improvements, but you can help not create a problem.
I don't believe we're creating a problem.
Okay, so where are the children going to walk with their parents?
In the various streetscapes and hardscapes that exist in Upper Montclair.
So in between the vehicles, in the parking lot,
I don't know.
with 3 other schools?
You just acknowledged that there are 3 other schools, but you're
There are
telling me
it's
that it's
coders,
unsafe.
that's what I'm saying, it's not safe. Do you want a video? I have a video if you'd like to see it.
I'm okay, thank you.
Okay, so the point is, there's the coder school, there's the communal space with the children, and all of those children are walking hand in hand with their parents or running in the parking lot, which I've almost hit a child because they were crossing, coming out of the coder school, and not held by their parents' hand. So by having an exit going into the Montclair Plaza is my biggest issue.
And that's a question?
And that's a question. And why?
No, what is the question?
So the question is,
Because we will have time for comments.
why would you want to create more chaos in that parking lot
Again, I think
instead of just making a U and coming out onto Valley?
because 2 curb cuts within 10 feet of each other is nearly as bad a planning outcome as anything. You do not want 2 people coming in and out at the exact same time. So we're dealing with the assumption that the property is currently designed perfectly is, I think, where we disagree. There's an ingress and an egress right now next to the fire station with like 12 feet between those 2 things. We want to eliminate that second egress because we believe it is a safety problem to have that. We believe we have a queuing issue. We believe that condition is a worse condition than what you're talking about. We think the condition you're talking about is a good solution to this problem. It's one way in, one way out. There's no competing forces. And that parking lot was designed to have a circulation around it. It isn't just a parking lot. It's a parking lot that does a full turn. And I'm not the parking expert, so I don't want you to, we're going to have someone testify to the
Right.
parking, but I firmly believe that we are improving public safety with this plan.
Well, when you mentioned that Charlie Brown's was there, I think that was probably the only thing that was there, so that parking lot was made for just that, and then it grew.
Other than that, that's the only new building there. Everything else has been there.
Everything else has been there.
It's been there since Charlie Brown's has been there, sure. What else is new besides that building?
So the chill cryo space is not a new building,
Well,
a
it's
newer
in place
building?
of the Charlie Browns.
It's in
It's not
place
in
of the Charlie
addition to
Browns.
the Charlie Browns.
Okay.
It's in place of where the Charlie
Right,
Browns.
okay. Okay, give me a second. So you compare yourself to Kidville, right?
What I said was, the first thing I did was review the minutes and the resolution for Kidville to see if I believed that the two uses were synergetic or were similar, and I do believe that.
And I'm not opposed to your business, so let's get that straight. It's the location of your business. Kidville is in a parking lot,
This is the
huge
same
parking
zone.
lot.
And this is a question, right?
It's, the question
need
is,
questions.
why would you think putting it closer to really the historic area, which is really between Bellevue and Lorraine and like that little section there of the church, why would you think that this would be the right use for the space when you have to ask for a variance because you're 80% or whatever the number is over impervious coverage? Why fit a square peg in a round hole?
I don't believe it's a square peg in a round hole. On the impervious, right now, there is no stormwater management on the site at all. If a drop of water hits the ground, it has to roll off-site and be treated by something else. At first, I said, well, that's great. There must be sufficient and robust stormwater management in Upper Montclair Plaza. There is not. Those grates go nowhere. You pick them up, there's no piping, there's no trenching, and there's nowhere for the water to go. So if it fills up the pit.
I think that sounds like a town problem.
It is a town problem.
Yeah, you
We're
should
going
have,
to
I think you
improve
should
it.
have a discussion with the town.
But we're. No, you should. You should, right.
Oh, I will.
We're going to improve it by making sure
Well,
that
that's
water
great.
coming off of our site is not a foregone conclusion. It's not something that continues. We're going to manage the stormwater. So that is my response on the stormwater.
But not the safety of the children.
I'm not entirely sure what we're talking about in safety of children. I'm not trying to be dismissive.
Okay, so
I'm
if I
not-
could show you the video of a parent walking with their child in between the cars, there's no sidewalk for them to walk. Now, you're having a traffic flow going this way, so they're coming in through the front of your school, right? Okay. They're probably not going to drop off a 2-year-old, correct? Nobody's going to let a 2-year, would you let your 2-year-old walk out? You don't have kids, neither do I. We have this in
Yeah.
common,
I don't
yes.
have kids.
But would you let a
It sounds like a
2-year-old?
bad idea.
Sounds like a bad idea. So you're going to go find parking. So they're going to go down into the lot, correct?
Or park on site.
Okay, but if there's no spots, they're going to go in the back. They're going to park their car, hopefully find a spot, and then walk out with their 2-year-old into your, coming up?
But as they would for any business.
Exactly.
The video you have exists today without the swim school there. It's not.
Exactly. So it's exacerbating the whole entire.
See, again, I take issue with exacerbating this. We have a drive-through bank here right now.
A drive-through bank has 5 people coming in and out. You don't have 20 people in a bank.
Again, these need to be
Have
questions.
you ever seen
These need to
20
be
people in a
questions.
bank at one time?
I've waited for a long time. at the
Have
Chase
you
drive-thru
seen
on the
20?
North Fullerton.
The question is
Let 'em
20
finish.
people in a bank.
Sure,
Yeah, you have? I want to go to that bank.
the North Fullerton Chase.
Really? I'm going to have to go there because I've never walked into a bank and seen 20 people. So you're going to have 20 cars going
Again,
through.
this needs to be a question.
So will you have 20 cars from class cutting through your facility and leading out into the Montclair Plaza?
There will be cars leading out into the Montclair
Yes,
Plaza.
and you would you buy a business if you didn't know the numbers? No, so you know the numbers. Is it 10 or 20 cars that are going to be going per class?
That will be the subject of future
Okay,
testimony.
so that is, in your opinion, a safe option?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Okay. You also, in the last meeting that we had, you said there were not going to be large trucks on the premises.
That's correct.
How do you clean your pool?
The pool is filtered. It's an in-ground pool. There's a company that comes and puts some, chlorine or whatever the other chemicals
They don't
are.
vacuum the pool?
The vacuuming happens in-house. Maintenance on the pool happens in-house for the most part. But again, the operator's going to speak to that. But there's no, like someone posted today, they must drain it every week and refill it. That doesn't happen. This is not.
Unless a child goes to the bathroom in the pool. Then you have to legally drain it.
This has got to be a
Acknowledged
question.
I don't have kids,
This has
so
to
I
be a
don't know too
question,
much
miss.
about that.
Little children,
This
I
will be a
imagine that
question?
happens.
the question is, do little children,
We have there's no planned maintenance that requires more than a passenger vehicle on this location.
one passenger vehicle, you're saying?
If it's an HVAC issue and there's a couple of vans, I couldn't prevent that, but there's no large, like for a restaurant, you get a Cisco delivery. For for a restaurant, you might have, there's no planned large truck circulation on this site, which was another reason I was enthused by the use, is that there isn't some of the logistics that exist with
Okay.
other perfectly suitable and good uses in the Upper Montclair zone. We don't have the burden of those things.
Okay. So that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. Have you seen all the comments on social media from the residents in town?
I've seen comments on social media. I can't say I've seen all the comments.
Okay, and how do you feel about those comments?
I thought some of them
It's a
were-
question. He
I
can
thought
answer
Some of
it.
them were productive. I thought some of them weren't. I thought a lot of people had a lot of opinions. I think there were very different opinions. I saw people praising it, people saying that they wished it was somewhere else. I saw a variety of things.
Do you think that the majority was against it or for it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Those counts change every day.
Oh, okay,
And we don't know who they are.
Yeah, I don't know who the people are.
okay. Well, yeah, I think you do.
Could be one person.
Okay. It could be one person with 20 names. Okay.
Exactly. We don't know.
So if there's ordinances in town, like, I'm very new to this. This is all very new for me. So if there's ordinances to preserve a historic area that small businesses work really hard to preserve, okay, and drive traffic and spend lots of money and hours to build their businesses. And then here comes a big box business.
I don't believe this is a big box business.
Okay. But it's multiple locations. It's a corporate business. It's not a mom and pop shop, is it?
I think you testified that you own more than one business, too.
No,
You-
I own Newville once. It's two businesses in one location.
Okay.
It's one store.
Yes, there are more than one location, but it is not, it is it's owned by individuals.
It's owned by individuals, but it's a huge corporation, right? There's
don't-
franchise fees and all that
this is
stuff.
not a- This
No?
is not a franchise business.
Really? Then how come they're able to use their name like that?
Because they own them.
Interesting. I'm looking to franchise something and I have to pay
this isn't a
royalty
franchise.
fees. So it doesn't work that way.
This isn't a franchise.
Okay, interesting. Well, that's good to know. Maybe I'll invest in that one. Okay, I still want to understand, because I don't understand. How did it, I know you explained, but it's still not registering in my head. How does a meeting get dismissed? Because you have a
said to me,
conversation with somebody.
and we obviously disagreed on this point, I don't want it to be confrontational.
Yeah.
But you have expressed to me that you were aware of a meeting that I've never been made aware of. I've never been placed on an agenda for a meeting I wasn't at. I've never been notified of a meeting that existed that I didn't show up to. I've never protested a meeting. So I don't know what meeting you think I skipped or what meeting you believe existed that somehow disappeared. I think what you're saying, and if I'm wrong, correct me, but I think what you're saying is there was at some point a determination made on the use, and prior to that determination being made, there was a question of whether or not it would go to the zoning board or to the planning board. There was never a zoning board meeting scheduled, which is why there's no agenda. I've never seen an agenda that has us on there. There was a determination made on the use subsequent to that.
Okay.
And as a result of that, we are here for the first planning board hearing, the only planning board hearing on this application. So I don't know what meeting got canceled, but it was not a meeting I was invited to.
Okay. I just wish that you would consider this space.
This will be a question, right?
Would you consider, and I've asked you this before.
Thank you.
This space to be retail and ask for a variance to have retail or whatever it is that you need to do and have apartments upstairs or condos?
I don't think that's I don't think that's the best use for the site.
Why?
I think I've said my opinions on it. I understand that we disagree on it, but one of the main ones is I don't think that that's the best use next to a fire station that currently crosses over the curb to get in and out of their site. I don't believe that keeping two things on Valley Road is a public safety benefit. I think it's a detriment. And those are the two main issues, but I think this is a good application, and I think this is a good use in the zone. I understand you disagree, but I do think it is.
How can I present this? So do you think that if you had build condos or something, apartments, that those people would frequent the local businesses more?
I don't know. I think there would be less people in the condos, more people in the retail. And I think that I don't think the issue that you started this by saying that there's too much going on, and now you're just asking for a different version of what's going on.
I just have different questions.
But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it that way. I meant now we're in the conversation about what could be different, but I'm not convinced that any of that improves the issues that you're talking about or your concerns within the public right-of-way, within the parking lot, within the walkable traffic in that neighborhood. I think in some regards, it could be made worse. In our leasing trajectory in Montclair for retail, we get a lot more applications for restaurants and for hospitality uses than we do traditional retail. I'm very glad that Holly said that there are 8 clothing boutiques in Upper Montclair. We should be proud of that, but that's not representative of all the deal flow and people that are incoming calls to us. And I am very concerned. I think we have 2.3 million square feet of retail in Montclair. 2.3 million. I'm not convinced we need that much more of it. And I think that uses like this are good uses. They're public safety uses. They have a place, and I'm excited to try to bring this to Upper Montclair.
And I want you to know I'm not against your business. It's just the location.
But this is the question. What's the question?
The question is, how can you make it safe for children and the flow going into the plaza? That is my main
I think he
concern.
said he thinks this is safe. He's
Yes,
answered
but
that.
I need you to reconsider that.
Well, this
and-
is time for questions.
Yes.
And you asked the question,
I would
he
like
answered
to
it.
know if you would reconsider
I think he
how the
said-
traffic pattern.
At this time, we think we have a solid solution to circulation on the site.
Okay, and my last question. So when you bought this property, you bought it with SwimQuest? Okay. So you were sure you were going to get approved for this in a zone that was not for this type of use?
It's an approved use in the zone.
You only got approved recently.
No, but it's an approved use in the zone.
But it wasn't.
No, it is. It's from 1979 or something like that. It's
I don't know, when I read the ordinance, it looked different to me, but, so you bought the property knowing you were going to get approved?
That was not the calculation. The calculation was that I had a project, a plan that was an approved use in the zone that I needed to engineer and design in a way that I felt comfortable with, and I think we accomplished that.
So are you saying you're not friendly with any of these board members that got you approved?
I've been in front of this board over 100 times, I think I just figured out.
So that's how you got approved?
I didn't get approved.
Miss, this isn't approved. That's
Well,
why
it's
we're
getting
having
approved.
the hearing.
I didn't get approved.
Apparently, it's getting
the first
approved.
witness. No. We have other witnesses
Did you
after
not
that.
say to me in the meeting that it's going to go through?
What I said was, it's an approved use.
You said to me,
Okay.
when we
this-
were at
look, this wasn't-
Ampersand's, did you
Miss,
not?
This is,
Did
Miss,
you not?
this
Is it a
wasn't.
question?
No, this
I'm gonna
isn't.
say-
This isn't part of this hearing.
This is a
That was a
question.
meeting you two had.
I don't
that-
remember saying I think it was
Mr.
going to get
Genova.
approved. I do remember saying it is an
Mr.
approved
Genova.
use in the zone.
I
This
asked
is-
you if you would turn it
Folks,
into
okay. This is
housing, and you
folks,
said
this
no,
is
it's
about
not
a
gonna
meeting
happen.
that was not part of this hearing.
Okay.
We can't talk about it here.
But
I'm
I had
sorry.
a conversation with him.
But it
and he's
wasn't.
here.
This isn't. It's not part of the hearing. He didn't testify to it.
Okay.
It's not anything that
Yes,
we can
I know,
consider.
he wouldn't let me record him that day.
That's again. That's not
He
anything
wouldn't
we
let
can
us record
consider.
the Zoom. I know that.
That's
He was
nothing we can
afraid we were
consider.
gonna use it against him.
I think there's another resident that would like to
Okay.
ask a question.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Wallace. Yeah. 1 second.
Oh,
Miss.
sorry.
Ms. Wallace.
Hi. You mentioned, I just want to understand what a swim school is versus a swim class. You mentioned this is not like the swim school in Verona. Can you just lay out the lay of the land of swim destinations?
The operator's going to do a better job than
Okay.
I can, but in terms of the density of classes, the frequency of classes, the kinds of classes, this is differentiated from other swim schools. I can't say it's completely unique and there are no swim schools like it, but it is not, swim schools are not one size fits all in terms of how they operate.
Okay.
And I've at least gotten comfortable after talking to my partners and talking to the operators that this swim school is the right kind of swim school for Montclair as opposed to a highway location or a.
And the operator will,
Yes.
May 4th.
We'll talk.
Yes, all right, thank you so much.
I'll try to make this quick.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to bring up traffic or safety, but it was brought up, so.
Well, and
And
they
I do
will
have a
have-
question, I do have a question for Mr. Genova.
Okay.
But I just want to say, I was really dismayed.
You have
hear-
to ask him a question.
I will, but I'd like
but
to preface it with, okay, I'll ask the question and then I'll say explain
Well,
my dismay.
ask the question, please.
The question is, have you talked to Safe Streets Montclair? I'm very glad you brought up the issue of there being, you think safety is an issue and is important for you, after Mr. Trembulac said it's not an issue for this board, which seems kind of
I
contrary.
said traffic wasn't
Yeah,
an issue, not
yeah.
safety.
Yes, okay, yes. So I equate the two. But have you talked to Safe Streets Montclair? Are you
By
aware?
Safe Streets, you mean like Jacob Neiman at
Yes,
at
yeah.
Complete Streets? I actually have talked to Jacob Neiman.
And-
For a while, when we first applied to this, he was still on the planning board, so I couldn't talk to Jacob Neiman
Okay,
about
all
this
right.
application. Since then, since he's become, I've asked his opinion on a couple of issues as it relates to this, but not, I just want to be clear, in terms of our circulation and in terms of what we can do to integrate into those two ecosystems was more the basis of our conversation than speed limits on Valley Road or the timing of lights or anything like that. That's not something that I've.
It's not so much traffic that, traffic is an issue. I agree with Mr. De Benedetto. There's
And
going to be.
this is a question? I'm sorry, I have
Okay.
to.
I know, you gotta
I
get
gotta
moving
keep- I
too.
gotta-
All
well,
right.
Yeah, yes, but it's also, I need to make sure the record is consistent with what the law requires, and right now we're in the questions phase, so that's why I keep having to say that, is that you-
Okay,
you
but I
need to-
want, he said that he talked to him about certain things.
I just need you
And
to
so-
ask,
Okay,
to
did
to
you
put it in the
talk to
form
him
of a
about
question.
pedestrian safety?
Thank you.
On the site,
Okay.
not off the site.
Within 10 feet of the site?
No,
You know, up and down
on the site.
just on the site? Okay. And so you got input from him and you feel as if you've addressed his issues? Or let me ask this way, have you addressed the issues that he raised?
It was not, this was not a conversation where there was a question that needed a specific answer. It wasn't like I said, how do you feel about this? Or do you have, I brought up, how does it integrate? Actually, the question was to him because he's the first, or maybe he's not the first, there was somebody else, but I didn't have an application. But he's like the new, Complete Streets director. And my question to him was, how do you integrate into this process? And is there anything you need from me as I'm applying to the planning board for this? Is there anything I can do?
So your
And
question was more about process
It
rather
was
than?
more about
Okay.
process and if there's something that I
Okay.
can be
Will you
helpful for.
will you consider talking to him
Sure.
about the pedestrian safety issues
I
and
will.
other issues as well?
I would,
Thank you.
yes.
So my dismay is, this is a comment to you folks, is Mr. Trembulac's statement that the planning board really cannot consider off-site traffic.
He's correct.
Yeah.
Legally, he's correct.
Which is dismaying to me. It seems like it's very much contrary to public policy. And I'm just wondering if your learned
I know.
attorney could find some cases that
He would, I think,
disagree
well,
with that.
you can speak for yourself, but I think you would agree.
Mr. Trembulac's statement of the law
Yeah.
with regard to off-site conditions is correct.
Uh-huh. It's dismaying because of the, it's contrary.
understand that.
Contrary to public policy. And I would just hope, and as I said, I was very pleased that Mr. Genova raised his concern about safety. Understand it's on the site, but, it has
Yes,
to be in a
thank you.
context of something. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It actually is public policy.
Right, it's case law. Are there any other questions of this witness about his testimony this evening? I see none, and let's take a 5-minute break.
Good job.
All right, Mr. Neese? Ms. Talley, are we back on? I got to get Mr. Neese. I know. Mr. Neese. Calling Mr. Neese.
Yes, please.
All right, we're back on. Look at Mr. Trumbullack. We're back on. We're ready to.
We're ready. The next witness is Matthew Jarmel, who's the project architect.
Good evening.
Don't
get ahead of me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your full name and business affiliation for the record?
Matthew, middle initial B, Jarmel. My business affiliation is Jarmel Keisel Architects and Engineers, located in Livingston, New Jersey. I'm the president of that organization. Okay.
You're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I am. I've been licensed in New Jersey since 1994. I actually hold 37 licenses throughout the country. I've testified well over 100 times before municipal planning and zoning boards throughout the state, as well as Superior Court. I've testified before this planning board and the Montclair zoning board in the past.
Okay. And your license is current and in good standing?
It is, yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, offer him as an expert in the field of architecture.
We'll accept them.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome.
Mr. Jarmel, your office, you were personally involved in preparing the architectural plans for this application?
Yes, I was.
And you're prepared to review those tonight with the board with the help of some exhibits?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Although,
Go right ahead.
it's not quite coming through too clear. I don't know if there's anything I can do to fix that.
Mr. Jarmel, while that's being attended to, the documents you'll show on the screen are documents that have been provided already to the board. Is that correct?
That is correct. Every document I'm going to share has been presented, and
As long as it works for others.
Ms. Talley has already identified them as exhibits.
Thank you.
Okay? So the first drawing I'm going to show is entitled SD 100, and it's basically a cover sheet to our application. The latest date on it is January 26, 2026. And this is a rendering of the proposed building, looking at it from Valley Road. So we're across the street and we're looking to the west. You can see to the right is the existing fire station that Mr. Genova spoke about quite a bit. And to the left is a retail building. What we propose is to construct a single-story building. The building will be 7,704 square feet in area on the first floor. It'll also include a basement of 805 square feet. I'll show you a floor plan in a moment. And the building, based on how your ordinance measures height, will be 17 feet, 3 3/4 inches tall. Your definition is based on medium grade or average grade around the building. The average grade area actually lands up being approximately this street or sidewalk at Valley Road. As Mr. Genova indicated before, the property slopes downward to the west, which I'll show you in a moment. Mr. Genova did a lot of, we'll say, laying of the foundation for me in terms of how the project fits into the character of the neighborhood and your historic preservation requirements. There's some beautiful buildings in this neighborhood, not such buildings, and a few that aren't. The existing building that's there now, I believe, has been identified as an outlier within the zone, and it doesn't belong. And one of the interesting things about your ordinance or your historic preservation ordinance is, and Mr. Genova made a really strong point about this, it says don't try and recreate history. So some of the beautiful buildings that you have here using brick, masonry, and stone, candidly, the skill sets to build those don't exist anymore. We don't build buildings like that. But what we've done with this building is we've used some similar materials. We're actually proposing a white brick. I brought along samples tonight. I don't know if board would like to see that, but this is, and we can mark this as an exhibit if need be, but this is a typical, we're going to use real masonry. That was a change that was made as a result of meetings with the Historic Preservation Board. You can see in the rendering that most of it's white.
Yeah, we should mark that. A15.
A15.
And Mr. Jarmel, you can part with that, I assume.
I can, yes, I can. And then we propose a wave around the building that's sort of become a branding trademark of SwimQuest. We have similar design on some of their other facilities. Incidentally, it was mentioned this evening that they have facilities in Milburn, Livingston, Westfield, and one in Whippany. My firm designed the one in Livingston and the one that they mentioned open today in Westfield. Both Livingston and Westfield use this wave. The wave is actually a metal panel, but it's finished to look like it's wood. So it's using a wood. The idea is it looks like a wave and kind of simulates a swimmer. And although I don't think you can see it on the screen, maybe I can blow it up a little bit, you'll see that there's a film on the window that also simulates that wave. Previously, Mr. Genova talked about how some of the portion of the windows, is about 40% will be screened off. There'll be young children in the building. We don't want people walking in and looking at them swimming or in bathing suits. Some of the other things that this facade or the main facade facing Valley Road take into consideration, you'll see that we've got rhythmic bays that we've put together, as well as pilasters that separate the window bays, and an overhead canopy and sconces, wall sconces that are on each one of those pilasters. These are some of the elements that were discussed with the Historic Preservation Board in terms of kind of creating a rhythm and following some of the patterns in the area. The theme is repeated as it moves down the building. On the right side of your screen, which is the northern facade of the building. I'll point out here the driveway that was spoken about earlier. This is the ingress into the building, and you can see its proximity to the fire station. When speaking with Mr. Genova, our client, he really reinforced his discussions with the fire department to me and the need to kind of have that potential driveway that kind of shares and lets the fire department have access to the rear of their building. I'm going to move to the floor plan now. This is drawing SD 101. It's in your packet as well. And it shows the floor plan of the building. I'll just kind of zoom in on it and just walk you through it. There was testimony that there'd be 2 entries to the building. I'll call your attention to the right. This is Valley Road to the right. So the right side of the plan is to the south. There is an entry off of Valley Road. I'll also call your attention that there's a stair here. There was testimony given earlier about how the finished floor of the building is several feet below the street on Valley Road based on the way the building sits. So if you came in here, there is a stair. The main entry to the building is actually in the rear, where we've shown the bulk of the entire parking lot in the rear of the building. I'll also point out that this is a crosswalk that Mr. Genova talked about that links back to the public parking lot for safety. But the main entry for parents is to park and come into a vestibule. You'll see there's a reception desk. This overall building, as I stated earlier, is 7,704 square feet. It's got roughly dimensions of 100 feet wide by 70, I'll say left to right in plan, by 76 feet long. with the exception of this little appendage that sticks out that creates a vestibule and waiting area and trash room. There's no trash dumpster on the site. We have trash in the building. And then what we see is we kind of, typically we do a very nice reception, large area that parents can view. All the walls around the pool are glass. This area here that I'm pointing out with the cursor is a pond with a fountain and a koi pond. And typically the way it works is parents will bring their children in and they'll change them in these cubicles that are located here outside of the pool area. There's also public bathrooms, and then they enter the pool area once the children have changed. The pool is 25 feet wide by 70 feet long. It's 1,750 square feet in area. It's not a deep pool. It's probably about 4 feet in area. And then you have a very large pool deck around it. We also have, after the children finish their lesson, there are cubicles on this side that are within the pool deck, which we consider the wet cubicles. So you change in the dry area, you swim, you have your lesson, and then you enter the wet cubicles where your parents can help you change and dry off. There's cubbies in here for storage, and then you leave, there's actually a dryer area. This is sort of a table that's set up with hair dryers, so the children's hair can be dried before they leave. There was a question earlier about whether or not there's showers. There's not really locker rooms per se. There is a shower one shower on the pool deck as well as one bathroom on the pool deck, and there'll be showers on the pool deck where a child or student could shower outside of one of these areas. There's a staff break room, which has a staff toilet, and then you'll notice there's a stair here. The stair goes down to the pool area, where there's utilities rooms where we'll probably have gas, electric, and then pool equipment room, okay? And that's essentially the program in the interior of the building.
I have a quick question on the doors, if you don't mind. Do you mind if I ask a question now since you're on it? That front door, I would assume would be locked all the time because that seems like, I know it's put there to make it look like retail, but that door opens right into the main pool. And there's, the back area has reception, the front doesn't. So well, maybe this is a question for the operator, but it seems like that door wouldn't normally just be left open so people could just walk in.
You're correct. The door is placed there in response to comments from the Historic Preservation Board. It creates a street front look to the building. There's been questions about what happens if this business isn't here in 2 or 3 years. That would allow this space to also be converted to retail. But we don't want to make the building facade, which faces Valley Road, which is the front of the building, look like the back of the building because we have the entry in the back. So what we've done is we've tried to treat it aesthetically to look like it's an entrance. It also provides for egress, but the customers or parents with their children would really be directed to come in the rear of the building.
But if you have a door there, people would be tugging on the door to get in, right? I mean, unless they know not to use that door.
Well, they would push on it. I mean, we could put signage on the door, main entry in the rear.
It's a door just to look like a door, but it's not really going to be used too much.
Yeah, it's a door that is a door, that looks like a door, but it's not intended to be a main ingress into the building. Okay. We have a roof plan. One thing I'll state is, although we have a flat roof, we have a relatively high parapet design on the building that will screen mechanical equipment from the road in the areas. And we have, and that was drawing, I'm sorry, SD 102. I'll show you drawing SD 103, which is our building elevations. I'm going to kind of zoom in on this one. So this is the main elevation of the building that faces Valley Road. There's a question from the public earlier about the size of the signs. So we proposed 2 signs. We proposed one on Valley Road and one on the rear of the building. This sign is 12 square feet in area. It's 6 feet wide by 2 feet high. If I understand your ordinance correctly, we're allowed 1 square foot for every length of the building facade. So the building facade is 76 square feet, so technically we'd be allowed a square footage of 76 square feet, which we're far, far under. And in fact, I think our facade signs are less than 1% of the face of the building. So it's a very modest sign. I'll also show you on this sheet, this is the building elevation to the west, which is where the parking lot is. Again, similar materials, use of white brick. The materials are consistent around all four sides of the building, so we're not, what I'll say, cheapening up on the sides or the back, which is sometimes done. We have some round windows in the back to kind of simulate bubbles, in the water, a canopy in the main entry. And then the exterior north elevation faces the fire station. There are no windows on that, or the south elevation. I'm kind of call you over to this side. This is a site kind of neighboring buildings. You can see where our site is located. I'm pointing the screen that you can't see that. I'm sorry. Is our site. Building number 1 is the fire station. Building number 2 is the church across the street. 3 is a service station across the street, and 4 is retail. And kind of just show you, we talked about the historic character of the neighborhood and the nature of it, but it's also somewhat eclectic with different building styles. So we have this beautiful firehouse. Personally, I like firehouses, so I do that. Across the street, we have the St. James Church, but we also have across the street a tire store, which looks like a tire store. And an old service station, certainly nothing historically character of that building. It's a utilitarian building. And there's a clothing store, an office building, retail next to us that also looks, kind of plain. So you have a mixture of buildings in the area, and as if you travel south down Valley Road, and I'm sure you all know the streetscape better than I do, because you live here, you'll see a combination of buildings. I think one of the residents talked about the historic area is really more to the north of this site, between Belleville and Lorraine Avenue. And I would agree with that. You'll see more of the historic and more beautiful buildings as you go kind of north of Un Valley from this site. So where we are, although we're still obviously in the historic district, you start to break away from those really beautiful buildings that are in the area. And then I think we have a few other things we can show you. Okay. So we have, as I showed renderings before, this is Valley Road. This is the rear of the building and the entry. You can see we're consistent throughout with the finishes. And this is also a Valley Road, kind of zoomed in a little bit more on the location where that adjacent driveway is. And then I wanted to show you these photos now. This is Exhibit X-01. These are the interiors of some of their existing facilities, just to give you an idea of the quality of the finishes and the facilities. So this is, what I'm showing you now is the Milburn School. You can see there's a bridge.
Mr. Jarmel?
Yes.
Were these previously provided to the board?
They were submitted to be exhibits, so they're on your server.
They were submitted today.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the board hasn't, that's, I was going to say, these all look new to me.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
So do we need to, can I not show them, or can we mark them as exhibits?
We're gonna mark them, and
Very
then
well.
they'll get
Okay.
distributed to the board and the public.
Yes.
Do you have paper copies of these?
I do not have them here.
I can drop
Yeah,
off
we
paper
have,
copies
we can
tomorrow.
drop off, yeah.
We should mark.
All right, there's
I have
what, 8?
I have one, too.
Oh, there's 8 slides, right? That you submitted, 8 slides? 8 total. Do we want to mark them individually, or mark them?
Mr.
Well, it's
Jarmel,
not-
they just contain pictures and diagrams. There's no marking of your firm, for example, SD3 or something.
Well, I think there is. I see it on the screen right here.
So they're on title block from my firm, and they are numbered, and we can reference them. So the drawing that I have up on the screen right now is entitled EX01, and it's got a title Exhibits.
All right, hold on. This is A16. 15 is the brick sample.
Sorry, you're right.
Okay, well, this is good. So
Yeah.
let's mark this as A16, and this is a three-sheet set of architectural drawings dated
Yeah,
today.
correct.
Do they have blocks on them?
Yeah. It's EX01, EX02, and EX03.
I can continue, Mr. Chairman?
As long as we have no other questions from our professionals.
Is this comparable in size to, how big is the Milburn one?
Well, before we get there, do you have any other questions on this exhibit and marking it?
This is A16.
A16.
Only three, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's
Yeah.
going to be another one after this, but
Yeah.
this is
Okay.
the one, the architectural.
So right now it's 3 pages, this is A16. Okay.
Yes.
Counselor? Yeah, I wanted to make sure we
Yeah,
had
I get
the
it.
exhibit marked correctly.
Is this comparable in size?
The Milburn location is larger, as is the Livingston. Milburn's 9,200 square feet, we're 7,700 square feet here. Not significantly larger, but larger.
Thank
So
you.
these are, just to kind of show you what the inside of this facilities look like. This is the lobby. You can see a bridge that goes over the koi pond. Another view of that. They tend to be aquariums in the buildings. And this is a photograph of the pool in Milburn. And then similarly, so in Livingston, I don't know how familiar you are with Livingston, this is on South Livingston Avenue. This was a building that was, originally it was a bowling alley, and when I was a kid it was a rolling rink, and it became retail, but we put the waves in, and this building had a clear span barrel vault, which was kind of cool because we were able to expose the barrel vault within the facility. But essentially, if this project is approved here this year, the quality of the interior finishes of this facility will be of this high quality of finished materials. Okay. The other drawings that were marked as exhibits, like EX02, you've already seen. These are just renderings that were also included in the submission package, I believe.
Is that the same, what is that?
This is the
back.
back of the building.
That's the
Right.
back, okay.
Okay.
And are those windows transparent?
Yeah, they are, yes, yeah.
All
'cause
of the little- all the
yeah,
circle?
these are, because they look into the reception area, not into the pool itself.
I'm not sure we have this as the board.
Okay. Well, we've marked this as an exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure when
Yeah.
you said you all have this, but I don't think well, as of today,
Well,
I guess
That's-
Ms. Tally has
That's
it,
these
but,
sheets that were emailed to me today.
okay, so that is still A16.
It's three,
Three sheets.
Three sheets.
EX01, EX02, and EX03.
Okay, great.
And then EX03 just has 3 renderings, consolidates them, the front of the building.
Can I
Which-
ask you a question? Since,
Please.
if you can focus in on the front of the building. And can you explain the storefronts? Particularly, we have we do have a glass requirement. And I hope you'll be addressing the glass requirement and the transparency requirement for the front of the building. So I don't really understand how your storefronts work, if somebody's next to the glass, where they can see in. And then also explain the storefront that is that's the farthest south, because I believe that is adjacent to the bathrooms. So I don't think any part of that's going to be transparent.
Okay. So I will address that for you. I just saw, we zoomed in here. I just want to point out that the lower part of the building has a cast stone base. Mr. Genova talked about that. Then we created this rhythm of four storefronts. You are correct that this storefront would be a faux storefront or reflective glass, or sometimes called
So
spandrel
it won't be
glass.
transparent
So
at
that
all?
won't be transparent because there's toilet rooms behind it. You see this wave that I'm kind of pointing out with the cursor? Everything below it will have a film on it. It's transparent in that it'll let light in, but it'll be somewhat opaque, sort of like a modesty type of screen on it, so you can't look at children swimming in the pool. It's a safety factor. And then everything above that will be clear, and you'll be able to look into
What's the height
facility.
of the opaque film?
So the height of the opaque film off of the sidewalk, okay, is, I would say, it's approximately anywhere from 48 inches to, from about 4 feet to 5 feet.
Okay.
I'll remind you, though, that when you're on the sidewalk, you're actually about 3.5 feet higher than the finished floor of the building, which is lower.
Right. But if you're adjacent to the windows, you can still see, those are going to be
You can look in, but because you're so high, it would be difficult to look down because we've screened the bottom of it. Listen, if we're trying to kind of screen like a walker or a passerby from being able to kind of look, if somebody wanted to stand there and stare in, they could certainly do that, and that would be totally inappropriate, and someone would, within the facility would be able to see them to do it. This is just kind of for the casual passerby or to block their view.
Okay, so I just wanted to understand this aspect of it, and I hope that you'll be able to address how you're addressing our design requirements that are on page 8 of my report, because we have very specific requirements for transparent glass, reflective glass on buildings.
Okay, I don't know if I have a copy of that report.
And also what this is going to look like with the men's room glass
Yeah.
not being
I mean,
transparent.
we have, they're design requirements, and if you don't, I had questions on each one of these design requirements, and if you don't meet the requirements, then you need a waiver.
So number one is your 60% transparency. I don't have a calculation for you this evening.
Okay.
I would say, that you're saying that 60% of the facade, we don't comply with that, so we would require.
Then give me the calculation, because you'll need a waiver from that
Okay.
requirement.
Okay. So
You are also, part of it, I guess the very first, the southernmost storefront is going to be reflective glass?
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed a reflective glass with a 50% tinting. We can do that.
Okay, so then
Okay,
that's the
yeah.
kind of detail we need
we'll-
on here
We'll
too.
provide you with that detail. We'll be coming back, so we'll have that detail when we return.
Janice, could you explain what what is it 60% of? Is it 60% of where the windows are, or 60% of the whole facade?
It
What-
says, we usually use
facade.
the store facade, the 60% of the street-facing facade. This is the commercial design
But
requirements.
all the way up to the top of the building, or just above where, let's say, that parapet is?
I think
there?
it's out the entire facade.
Oh, well,
So
that's
clearly,
that-
they don't meet that requirement.
Oh, yeah, that's not even, right.
Can I ask about the entrance, the comment in A1 that you
Absolutely.
gave? So the code says all building entrances shall be oriented to the public street, but I'm still confused how these two entrances are going to work.
Yeah.
Is this, as discussed, this entrance brings you right to the pool level, which doesn't seem like
I'm
a
gonna
safe
let
condition.
Mr. Genova field that question because he spoke about it earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Did you give me the restart?
You're good.
This conversation came up it came up peripherally at the HPC. It also came up at the Development Review Committee. And there was a back and forth about what the intent was of that design requirement. Is the intent to show a door so that there's an uninterrupted retail look to the facades is the intent to show an entryway so that people can come and go from that place to create a vibrant street. Like there were, I think we were on different pages about what the intent of that design requirement was. And so what we did afterwards, after the DRC meeting and after the HPC meeting and the kind of gap that was between those two and here, was we revised to add the fourth.
Wait, who was the gap between you
I'm sorry,
and?
the gap in time between the Historic Preservation Commission, the DRC meeting, and then today.
Yeah, but you said there was a disagreement about what the interpretation was. Disagreement between who?
I don't know if I would say disagreement. I didn't.
Or
I mean,
different interpretation. I'm just confused.
Between the Development Review Committee and myself.
Okay, not between Historic and Development Review. That's all I was clarifying.
I don't remember going through this too much at the Historic. I think
Okay.
this is more of a DRC issue than
Okay.
it was a Historic Preservation Commission
Okay,
issue.
continue, thank you.
So the revisions that were made, we tried to do one shot of revisions so that we weren't continually chasing a final product. We waited until after the DRC meeting, and we made a series of revisions that we hoped would satisfy, most of the comments that came out of both of those boards. The southernmost storefront was added mostly for Historic Preservation Commission reasons, right? It was a symmetry thing. It gave more, glass to the storefront despite it being opaque glass. It was more of a design intent to make it more symmetrical. The door, there actually was an egress door on the front originally, but we had no intent of using that door for ingress. We had no intent of that being a door. I've spoken to the operators about this. I've spoken with Janice about this, and our intent now is to have that be an access control door. So it won't be entirely locked all the time. It won't be a place you can't come in. It'll just be a place that you have to buzz your way in, as opposed to walking in the rear and coming in the rear, which will be unlocked during business hours. It will have some language on it. We haven't proposed that yet as signage. It's not, it would be a subcommittee to the HPC that would review it. But it'll have some language on it that either deliveries go in that way or come around the rear, that there is an entrance on the rear, but there will be access control on that door designed so that if you choose to come in the front, you can come in the front. You just need to be buzzed in instead of walking immediately into the pool.
And just to clarify, if you do come in that entrance, you will be at the level of the pool with no fence?
You'll go down steps into the level of the pool. So someone would come meet you and greet you there instead of having a second reception desk, which would necessitate a second human employee.
Right, I just want to know safety-wise. I know like pools usually have to have fences around them if people are walking by them. So is this, you're literally at the level of the pool? I'm just confused.
You come in at Valley Road and you go down steps to the pool level.
That's how you enter the building at that location?
At the Valley Road entrance.
Okay, and then where would you go from there?
If someone would greet you there and take you to, it depends on what your business would be. If you're coming in to swim, they could take you to the lobby to check in, take you into the changing rooms. If you're coming with a delivery, they could just accept that delivery.
Okay.
It just depends on what the intent of the visit is.
Thank you.
Sure.
Chair, very quickly, I just want to just say that at that meeting of the DRC, and I have the minutes here, and I don't think it actually reflects the detail of that discussion, which went on quite a while, but it was requested by at least one member of that committee that consideration be given to there being actual retail, a pocket store for swimwear and the like. I don't know if Planner Taylor remembers that. And we spent some time, and I can remember you even going into detail about that a building on the corner has to have its front door in the corner, that it was so we did spend some time on that. And as I recall, the discussion also was about whether or not that would be on the north side of it, and there would be a corridor and all this kind of stuff. So just to know where that discussion was.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have a question myself. This is regarding the mechanicals. I believe you had indicated that the building will have a tall parapet wall on all sides to screen the mechanicals. Can you confirm what the height of that parapet wall would be? And I guess on the same note, do you know the maximum height of mechanical equipment that will be installed on that roof?
So we're proposing a parapet wall of 2 foot 6 feet in height, and some of the mechanical equipment will be higher than that, but it'll be more centralized in the building. So if you're standing in the street or the road, because of the angle of your eye, you won't be able to see it.
You've got a couple of mechanical pieces of equipment that are 55 and 65 inches that appear relatively near the southern parapet wall.
I think there's one indicated central to the building, which is 98 inches tall.
Correct.
That is correct, yeah.
And then one closer, which is 60-inch tall, closest to
Yeah, and that
Valley Road. So I guess the question is just to make sure that...
Yeah, the tall unit is in the center of the roof, so
Right.
you won't see it at all.
So you're comfortable that even if you're standing across Valley Road, you can't?
I am, yes. I mean, what we can do is sometimes we give a line of sight, section.
That would be helpful.
That we can add and come back to as a future exhibit to address that for you.
Thank you.
Or add screening. I mean,
Or add screening.
Thank you.
I've completed my testimony, and you've started fielding questions at me. I'm pleased to take any questions you have or the public has.
Mr. Trembulak, are you done with any questions of
Yes.
your witness? Okay. Questions from the board?
I actually do.
Mr. Neese?
Getting buzzed in from the front, that means there's going to be a camera or a
Yes,
device?
I'm sure everybody can agree that a facility that caters to children has to have high security.
No
And
question.
and that we want to control access, both ingress and egress. So ideally having one point of control at a main entrance in the rear is helpful. But if we're going to have access control, as Mr. Genova just shared with us, there would need to be card access. There would probably need to be a buzzer and certainly a camera. We would certainly add that as a condition of approval.
And it's a 3.5-foot drop from Valley Road down to the level of the pool, so that there are necessarily going to be stairs there.
There will be stairs there.
How many stairs are going to be there?
Let me show you.
Janice, you may need to turn him on.
You locked me out.
Those are my kids' favorite. It's like a taffy.
So I've just put up drawing SD 101, which is part of your packet, and I'm zooming in on that entry, and you can see that there's a stair here. So there'll be a landing, and there was a question, I think, from Ms. Wallace earlier about a fence or a guard. There'll be a guardrail all around it, as well as handrails, and we're showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 risers, which are generally 6 inches. That would be 36 inches. And what you come down to is you do come down into the pool deck, and again, as Mr. Genova had spoken to us, you would be escorted. The pool deck, if you recall from the photos I showed you, some of the other areas, has an anti-slip material on it.
What is that
Yeah.
material on the pool deck?
It's like a poured epoxy that has grit into it that creates a kind of a finish to the concrete that goes over it and creates an anti-slip to it.
Do you think that you could, I guess, that's the door that's not a door. It's a door because there needs to be a door there, but it's not going to be used a whole lot. Then someone has to go, I guess just walking into the pool seems weird. If you walked into the area around the pool, it seems like it would be a better entrance because there's classes going on, there's instruction and whatnot, and to have people come in that way. I guess my question is, do you think that you could design it so that it goes more into the reception area or into the common space rather than right into the pool? It seems like the management wouldn't want
Yeah.
there to be entries there.
We wouldn't. We really would prefer not to have an entry on the street side, but
But
again,
you
it's
got
being
other,
asked of
you
it.
got,
So-
you know, can you relocate those bathrooms or something so you can, like, when you come in, you'll just come into that general space
Yeah,
where the parents
I think
are.
it's a good idea. We'll take a look at it.
The concern, and the reason we have it, in the site plan standards include a requirement that there be a door on the street, is that in the downtown, the design requirements require businesses to face the street, not turn their backs on the street.
Right.
And if you don't have an entrance, as beautiful as this building is, it's turning its back on the street, which is not the type of design that you want in your downtown.
No, I get that. I mean,
So that's why we had such a long conversation about this at the DRC, and how can you work this to make it have a better relationship with
Yeah.
Valley Road?
no, I understand the requirement for the door. I'm just saying it's odd to bring it,
Yeah,
it feels a little strange to bring it right to the pool, but if it brought you into
right, I
the
agree.
area outside the pool, it seems like it would be a better entrance for people just walking in, because you're not interfering with whatever is going on in the pool.
And,
Sounds like a great idea. We'll take a look at it.
and if you put a sign on it, no entrance,
Yeah,
then
the-
you're really not achieving what you're trying to achieve.
We did cover this, and at least my brilliant, I thought, idea was that you would take, although it was on the north side, but if you were able to move on the south side of it, those bathrooms down minimally 8 feet, you could have a door on the south side of the building there, and that could be a little vestibule pocket area that had some signage inside, and maybe at some point, some swim gear. Why not sell some swim gear? And then you could have a second door that led out to the swim area, so you could be double buzzed in, if that made it easier for everybody. It just seems like having some feature on the street would be good. Then you're not going to have the reflective glass, which is not going to be symmetrical, and then you would see something, and if people wanted to come in, they could come in. And it could just be the most minimal thing. But
I also want to ask, my experience as a parent taking my kid is that no shoes are typically allowed on the pool deck. Like, you know, and so I'm questioning if people come in that entrance. I've just never seen a swim school that allows street shoes on the pool deck.
I think we've heard a lot of good ideas this evening from the planning board, and, you know, we'll take it back to the client and we'll discuss it. I don't know the operational rules, and we will have some operational testimony, but
I assume you or your client will take a lot of this information back to the operator so that when they show up to testify, they'll be
they're sitting in
prepared?
the audience, so they'll be prepared.
Oh, well,
Okay.
then that's helpful. So is the building right on the lot line along Valley?
The answer is yes, yeah.
Okay, and then there's an awning that then overhangs and encroaches on the sidewalk?
There is an awning that overhangs and encroaches, and we've checked with both, we've gone through the municipal regs as well as, because it's a county road, as I'm sure you're aware, and we believe we're allowed to do that. It's only about 2 feet, and it's
Okay,
just,
that was
it's
my
just
next
decorative.
question. Okay, and then you mentioned, I think you mentioned, or your client mentioned, you know, not cheaping out on the sides of the building and making sure that it was, you know, nicely done all the way around. And I'm not saying you did that, but the south side just looks very plain compared to the 3 other sides.
Yeah, so the south side sits on the property line.
Okay.
And when you have a wall on the property line, it's not allowed to have windows or fenestration, it needs to be fire rated. So what we did is we just used the brick all the way up, as opposed to having a wave there.
What about that? Well, but the wave is a metal panel, right? So is
It
that
is,
not
yeah.
fire rated then?
We could add the wave if you want.
could
The
also-
concern is the wave would project over the property line.
You could
Because it's
also
not
add
flush.
windows on, because that's very visible, the south side.
Right.
You see it
Well,
as you're coming up.
you can't have windows on a property line.
Well, no,
Yeah.
but you can have windows with reflective glass, windows that aren't really windows. We've seen that before,
That-
just to
that-
kind of.
That we could do. We can look
bring-
at that
to make it
facade and
look
see if
more
we can
attractive.
enhance
Yeah,
that.
just because, I mean, as you do come up the road, and there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, as I'm sure you know, you can see that pretty well. And
Yeah.
even, we've had some people put in recessed bricks, make some nice design elements with.
That's a nice idea.
Projected bricks, recessed bricks, kind of give us some.
Some dimensionality to
Yeah,
the wall.
thank you, yes. I was like, I'm searching for the right word. And then in terms of, these are LED lights, is it on all the waves of these metal panels, these LED lights that
They-
we saw in the rendering?
They are, yes.
Okay. And I also understand from your client that they're going to be off at 10 or 11 o'clock at night?
Yeah, we would be happy to work with the board in terms of when they're allowed to be on and off, yes.
And are there other examples of LED lights like that in this area?
Well, there are other facilities have them. The one in
Well, I
Livingston.
mean
yeah.
here.
Oh, here
I mean,
in Montclair?
You're talking about place, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so that doesn't necessarily fit the context of the area, is what you're saying?
Well, I believe that there are buildings that have lighting, exterior lighting on them.
Sure, but
right?
strip
but like a
LEDs
strip LED, I would have to drive down the street at night. I haven't done that. So,
Okay.
At
So-
least not consciously looking. So.
Maybe that's something you can do before the next time.
We
'cause
can certainly do that.
I agree there's LED lights on other buildings, but they're more traditional sconces and things like
Correct.
that.
I think there's LED lights at the Chase Building in Watchung Plaza to kind of, it was designed to highlight some of the architectural features, just as an example. It
Mhm.
happens to be the old Chase Bank building.
Yes.
Just thought I'd throw that out.
No, I'm trying to understand how this fits into the historical context of the area. And I understand, what you've mentioned before about be who you are,
Yep.
in a building.
Can't
don't try and-
recreate history,
But it's
you can
kind
be
of,
respectful to mass and form and material.
and
Yeah.
to some extent lighting, I think, on the
Sure.
outside. And then I also wanted to raise, the HPC, I understand you just recently, the last memo came out on March 16th, so I assume you'll take some of that into consideration as you're revising these plans before the next meeting?
We will, and candidly, I haven't seen that memo.
Okay, well, that's why I didn't
think-
really
I don't
want to
think
ask
it
you
made
too
it
much
to us,
about it
yeah.
because it's fairly new, but I just wanted to at least acknowledge it's out there and, they have some interesting things about, noting that in their opinion, the building lacks a sense of place. So that's why I wanted to ask some of those questions about how the LED lighting fits into that.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Questions from the public for this witness? Oh, I'm just going to let people come up. You can form a line down the center if you'd like.
I gotta get home. You guys are keeping me up late. Frank Rabacki, 398 Upper Mountain Avenue. Thank you for your testimony. You started off with the historic issues and about recreation. I agree with you. But then you said that there wasn't the the tradesmen were not available, the materials were prohibitive, whatever, that you couldn't recreate what was there.
Yeah, I think skill set is really what I meant.
The skill sets, yeah, you couldn't create. One of the defining characteristics of Montclair Historic District is the glass. And I think one of the reasons why we have that ordinance the way we have it.
And would you agree with that? Because we're trying to.
And would you agree with that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
I would say, incidentally, I designed a building on Lorraine Avenue that my firm received the Historic Preservation Award from the society here, which has good amount of glass, but a good amount of masonry. But to me, what really brings out the historic character of these buildings isn't the glass. It's really just the masonry design and the use of both we'll say cast stone, as well as stone masonry, and kind of techniques that are not traditionally used anymore. I think to me, that's what really defines the character of that neighborhood.
I would agree with you. You also made the statement that, however, that the historic district is eclectic, which I think everybody would agree with. You did make that statement.
I did say
right?
that, yes, yeah.
So I'll go back to the theme is and historic districts are created not only architecturally, but history of place, people.
Absolutely.
Things like that.
Yeah.
But from a physical point of view, is there any material that unifies this eclectic collection?
In my opinion, because it's obviously subjective, is the use of masonry is the material that kind of pulls some of the historic buildings together. And that's why, although we're using, we'll say, a more modern color in masonry, we're using brick on the building that I think is respectful to some of those materials used in that area.
Did you walk the neighborhood by chance?
I've walked the neighborhood, yes.
Did you notice the CVS store? Across from the bank building, across from the gas station, the tire store?
It's not standing out in my head at the moment.
Yes, it should. It should.
Yeah.
That has, I'm just going by your testimony, you said you had 40%, you said of the glass that's there, 40% is going to be opaque, or?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay, and the requirement is for 60% of the facade.
No, the requirement is
The-
for
the
60%, the requirement is for 60% of the facade's area to be glass.
Right.
Right.
60% of the facade's area, and clearly you don't comply.
Yep.
In addition, you're going to take whatever glass you do have, the non-compliant glass, and you're going to block 40% of it, which is going to leave you, quick math, about 25% of the building is going to have glass.
I don't know if I don't know if I was doing
It's not gonna
calculate.
be a
Yeah, and
large
just to be clear, we're frosting it, so it's transparent, so light will go through.
But I'm just talking about the
visual block.
I'm just talking about simple mass glass, mass glass. CVS, mass glass. It's probably got 20-25% glass. We hate that building. You can't even remember the building. This is going to have a similar amount of glass, transparent glass. What
Correct.
do you think that does for the continuity of the district if CVS is considered an intrusion?
Well, I think we're being a little bit more sensitive to the use of materials, and I think the fact that we're introducing this wave with the simulated wood makes up for the lack of the glass, because it's adding a design feature to the building that normally wouldn't be there in any other building, and it's also helping identify our client's brand and identify what the purpose of this building is. Although we've talked, or my client has spoken this evening about future flexibility and the ability to convert this building into something in the future, adaptive reuse, it is being specifically designed as a single-purpose building for a swim school. And what we're trying to do with the use of the materials, although we're not using glass, we're using decorative metal panels and creating these waves, we're defining what's happening in the building.
Thank you. Let me just go into the interior quickly. I don't want to dwell on it because I really don't care about it. But why did you choose to orient, this is a brand-new building. You're demolishing the site, including sidewalks, parking areas, everything. You're basically starting from the soil up again. Is that a fair characterization, except for that part of the basement?
That's exact. No, even the basement. But yeah,
Oh, there's going to be a new basement?
There's going to be a partial basement in this building. Yes.
But it's going to be new. You're not.
It'll be new. The building is proposed to be
everything is new.
raised, foundations removed, a new
Okay,
building
So
built.
we have a white paper. We have a clean slate.
Yes.
Okay. So why did you orient the entrance? Well, let me rephrase that. Why did you orient the interior the way you did, showing us the photos you did of various other sites versus, say, putting the reception towards the front of the building? And the swimming pool back and the dressing room, and moving things around?
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and it's a very simple answer, is we've created parking in the rear of the building. You know, it's fascinating. I go to some towns, no parking in the front yard, ever, right? And you're saying, and you don't want the door in the back. And then other towns, they say you have to screen the parking. So everybody's a little different. It's obviously a subjective thing. But the way this site works out and is that we were able to create parking in the rear. And we're here proposing a connection to the public parking lot. And as Mr. Genova testified, we think it makes for a really safe environment where you drive in one way, and all the traffic is one way, and you drive out the other. So there's no interference of cars crossing over each other. You don't have, it's a little easier, yeah.
I don't want to, if you want to bring me into parking and circulation, I'll go there, but.
But that's the way, the
But why
answer to.
couldn't you just, you could have the parking wherever you want in this lot. You could keep the parking in the rear and still have a significant, architecturally significant front door. In other words, why couldn't the people park in the back like they do in the rest of the Upper Montclair, walk to the front of the store and go inside?
It's really the nature of the population of the people using the facility. So you have parents bringing young children to this facility, and some of the children that will swim and have lessons here are infants. So you don't want to necessarily be carrying your child all the way around the building or putting them in a stroller.
You did show what was next door, right, in your
The fire station?
no, I'm sorry, across the street. Daycare?
You know, I didn't show any photos of the daycare.
You
across the
showed
street.
us of the daycare building.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I think we're quite used to handling 2-year-olds.
But some of these are infants and.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that this use has a particular need that the neighborhood commercial doesn't fulfill. We have to put the entrance in the back against ordinance. We don't have a street-facing entrance. We have to move the circulation to protect the 2-year-olds. We have to move pretty much everything, reorient everything. The glass, everything that defines Upper Montclair, we have to put in the back because we don't want mothers and 2-year-olds to walk to the front, but we still expect them to stroll around Upper Montclair. I don't understand your logic in the design.
You know, as I stated, the building is sited to create parking in the rear, to create a safe parking direction that links to the public parking and provides convenience for the parents that are bringing young children.
Okay, let's move to the front of the building. The awning seems to stop over the entrance, the faux entrance. Is that a drawing mistake, or does the awning go across the entire glass, the 4
Well,
bays?
it was intended to just go over the, I'm not sure I understand.
The drawing.
The awning goes across all bays of
Your rendering
window.
and your drawings don't match. I guess is my point. Which one is correct?
I'm not sure where you're seeing that they don't match, because.
I don't have the big sheets and I don't have my laptop
I mean,
with me, so.
the awning is continuous across all the
Okay,
windows.
so the drawings are wrong and the
Well, you say,
rendering-
I take offense to you saying the drawing's wrong. I'm looking at the drawings, I see,
Do
I see.
do you have
Yeah.
the architectural drawings of the front of the building?
Yes?
Could I see them? I'll show them to you.
It's the rendering, it's called out.
You have double thick lines here. You don't have double thick lines there.
No, I would just say it's a graphic issue. Sir, if you look at this drawing, SD 102, shows, there's a roof plan, it shows the rendering
I'm sure
go.
there's multiple drawings. I just
Yeah.
wanted to know which was which, because they don't seem to show the same thing.
Well,
So then-
we're in disagreement there. The awning's intended to cover all 4 windows. Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with your intent. I'm disagreeing with your multiple drawings.
Okay.
So you have a front door that is going to be limited access, and therefore it goes down to the pool deck, but it's not ADA compliant. So people with disabilities have to go to the main entrance, go to the back of the building.
Where the accessible parking spaces are.
There are other accessible parking spaces, and you're only offering one. So basically, again, we're sending disabled people to the back of the building as a concept. Is that correct?
I just wanted to point out, as Mr. Genova mentioned earlier, Frank, you know, one of the reasons for having the entrance in the back is to prevent, if you're going to have the entrance in the front, encourage people to use the front, you're also going to get the queuing on Valley Road, which is
I know, but I didn't want to get into the whole circulation and parking thing because that's going to be a barn burner.
And there's another witness who is going to testify
Yes.
to that more,
So
I
I'm
believe.
trying to be a good boy
No, I
tonight.
appreciate it. You've been here a lot, Mr. Rybacki. You understand.
Okay, so here's my other thing. The building has a 0 setback. To get to the main entrance, you have to travel at least 76 feet, which is the length of the building, to get to the entrance if you're a pedestrian or you park somewhere in the front, on the street, on Cooper, anywhere else, because you can't find a spot in Upper Montclair parking lot, that Upper Montclair Plaza. So you have to walk 76 feet plus whatever distance to get to that door. The building is set back 62 feet from the rear property line. How does this serve pedestrian circulation? Isn't this just car-oriented design? I don't understand this design at all from that point of view. Could you explain why we would take a walkable town and make everybody do all that walking just to get to your doorway?
I mean, I think your question is a good concern, but I would, and I don't mean to argue, but I would make
No,
the
I don't want
point
you to argue. I just want to understand your thinking.
that we've created sidewalks along the main driveway of the building that have a crosswalk that connects to the public parking lot. So not only have we made it accessible, and candidly, people could cut through our property to get from the main street to the main parking. So there is access around.
They could, or they are allowed to?
Well, being allowed to would be a question we'd have to ask our client, but there is a,
No, it's an architectural feature because you're
there is no fence or gate blocking people from using that access.
But you don't have anything to do with the sidewalk and the parking lot, right? That's an engineer who's going to handle that?
There is an engineer who works in my office that will testify at
So
that.
your company is handling this?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So can I ask the question, because it's not on the surveys, it's not on any of the drawings, this township planner insisted that the sidewalk had to remain and the access to the parking lot had to remain. It was,
I don't know if your microphone's on, Ms. Talley.
Our ordinance requires cut-throughs between the street and the parking lot in the back. So I may not have cited that section of our ordinance, but it's in there.
helped.
It's in there.
And we've provided that.
Yeah, I know. So I can,
So-
in the future, I
so
can
I'm-
cite
so-
that.
Okay, but again, I'm going to keep coming back to a theme here, one of my themes, and that's ADA compliance. We don't do a good job in Upper Montclair with ADA compliance. We try, but we don't do a good job. So now we have an ordinance that I didn't know about that requires you to maintain a sidewalk for access from anybody parking on Upper Montclair Plaza to transit your property to the front.
Correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And where is the ADA ramp?
ADA ramp to our building?
No, to the public pedestrian passageway you're required to have, where you have a 4-foot drop between your new grade level of demolished property and the parking below.
There is no ramp proposed.
Are you required to have a ramp?
I don't have an answer to that.
Okay. We have an
Hopefully-
ADA coordinator that will answer that, right?
I think,
Okay.
I think it's referring to the access from the ADA parking space to the building. There's a drop curb there, I believe,
Yeah,
correct?
so he's not asking that about the building.
I'm referring to what, he's designed a certain building with a certain dimension, 100 feet by 76 feet. He designed it as a rectangle. He was working with a clean slate. Entrances are a major feature of this building. They're a major feature of what defines Upper Montclair Historic District or any shopping district, because the law applies across all commercial areas. And we have this ordinance that says not only that, you have to provide a cut-through on your property with access to municipal parking areas. and it's not ADA compliant. And he doesn't know about it. We don't know about it. So I'm asking,
Who will know about it?
what I'm asking is, was DRC asleep at the wheel because they did nothing on this application? It's
Well, that
really
I-
horrible.
Well, that's,
I understand. I
okay,
run off.
all right, as long as you know.
So,
But
okay, so you'll look into the ramp issue.
I will say, by the way, there's an existing stair from the parking lot now that's existing to remain. The new walkways and the curb steps that we've put in are ADA accessible. We've improved
Yes.
the path of travel on the site.
You improved what?
What's called the path of travel. And so there's a requirement.
But
there's a
you've
requirement-
improved it, but when you do improvements under New Jersey ADA law, you have to bring it into compliance.
correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that. It's really a building code issue. It's not a
I know
planning
Mr.
board issue.
Rebecki knows this pretty
Yeah.
well, but
So-
he's missing the
so-
question at
so-
the end
so-
for me.
Okay, so the question is, you will look into whether a ramp is required by building code, by our cut-through ordinance. I mean,
Yes, I will
agree
look
with your
into that.
Sidewalk and
Yeah, yeah.
your rumble strips and all that kind of stuff, it's good. I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with some of those other things.
And whether
Can I-
that's your testimony
Oh,
or
no.
whether it's your site plan engineer's testimony.
The last thing is the port windows, the port, what do you call those windows that imitate what's on a ship or
Well,
bubbles?
it's really, I call them bubbles.
Okay, the bubble windows. Can those bubble windows, would you consider using those bubble windows on any wall where you do not have, or you do not want visibility into the building? And I'm thinking specifically the southern section, going back to the original design, taking out the faux storefront, and putting in some kind of design element per the chair's request to make it interesting, consistent with your brand, that's not a sign, that provides a street, accepting that your modern approach is welcome. You know, it's actually freshening up. You can look at it as freshening up an historic district with new, modern looks, designed
We
for the
think so.
time.
We think so. Just so I understand your question correctly, are you asking if we would consider adding windows to the southern facade that maybe are bubbles?
He already asked
Yeah,
for that.
right.
I'm asking
If
for
we would consider them to be bubbles?
I'm asking for the western elevation, the streetscape front elevation, left of your doorway, your faux doorway, reverting that back to, assuming you get past the 60% window thing.
Mhm.
But it would go towards your, we could kind of turn it away and think of it as
Well,
a window.
what-
But would you consider design elements such as that would be more consistent with the front entrance that you're designing in the back?
Well, it's, I'll answer that with a simple yes. It's something I can take up with my client.
Okay.
Obviously, the aesthetics of a building are subjective, right? And our goal is to design a building that will fit in and people will like. And I appreciate the fact that you like the new modern spin. But, you know, candidly, I don't know what the board is. We have a board to report to other public. We have a historic preservation.
But I'm just asking you.
We can certainly consider it. I think what I'm going to walk away here from, and I can say to you and to the board, and of course I'm on the record, is we're going to revisit the front facade and talk to our clients about it.
Okay. And would you consider, when you do that, to use the rear facade, the front entrance, your front entrance, as your anchor, your standard, for, in other words, can you make the front have this, reflect the same kind of aesthetic as the back?
We will
Okay.
consider it,
Thank you
yes.
very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Counselor D'Amato, did you have?
I have a question for the engineer, Fernandez. Would that 100-foot length on the side of the building, the sidewalk, that would be on the side of the building, with a 4-foot grade change, that pitch, would that be ADA compliant, or would you need a switchback?
No, that wouldn't require. ADA requires no more than 5% slope. So that would,
Is it more
if
than
it's 4
5%?
feet over 100 feet, that would come to 4%. So that would be below that threshold.
It would be below the threshold, so
Yeah.
it would be compliant.
Correct.
Right, it would be like a regular sidewalk in
Right.
terms of,
Yeah.
okay, fine, good.
I have a quick question on the cut-through ordinance. Is that in zoning? Where is that located? I haven't heard of that.
I think I'll have to look into it. I don't know exactly, I don't know exactly what the citation is.
Okay, that'd be great. If we can read the actual ordinance, it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Hello, Holly Felber from Barbara Eclectic. Thank you for your testimony. Can you please tell me what building on Lorraine that you designed that you won an award for?
Yeah, it's owned by, or my client at the time was Michael Pavel.
Is it the Warner Communication Building?
Keller Williams.
I think it's the Keller Williams
Okay,
building. Yeah.
thank you. Did you design the SwimQuest building in Livingston?
So the building, no, it was been there for many, many years,
Right.
but we did an we designed an adaptive reuse of the existing building for SwimQuest.
Okay, so you designed the facade that's being used there.
Yes, we did.
Will you be using the same materials on this new building that you have used in Livingston?
They'll be similar. They won't be the same. So this building will have new brick, which we've shown. The Livingston building is like a concrete block building. And the simulated wood will be a different product here, that a metal product. It's a little bit different. They didn't like the product. It was a little difficult to work with, so we found something that's better to work
And
with.
how long has that location been opened?
About a year, maybe less than a
Okay.
year. It's relatively new.
And does that have LED lighting on it?
It does.
Great. And what color will the LED lighting be on the building in Upper Montclair?
In Upper Montclair, it'll be white.
It'll be white. Will it be a warm white or a cold white?
We haven't really discussed that.
Okay.
We would
Do you know
welcome
what's,
opinion.
do you know what's shown in the rendering for a color temperature?
I would say it's warmer.
It
than
looks
colder.
warm.
Yeah,
It looks
I would say
yellow.
warm.
So like 2,700, 2,600?
Kelvin?
I don't know if you're I don't know if you're a lighting person or
No,
not.
I understand what you're saying. and
Okay.
You're talking about Kelvin temperature. I mean, candidly, it's an artist's rendition. We haven't gotten that far into the discussion. We would certainly welcome a discussion about it and advice from the board if there was a preference of whether it should be warm white or cool white. I think to my client, it's more about the ability to have the light to highlight the wave than it is the color temperature of it.
At one point, we were told there would be a coffee bar inside. Is that still part of the plan for the interior?
I'm not privy to anything about a coffee bar, so there's no, there is a coffee station, right? So if you're a parent and your
Okay.
child is
Coffee
swimming.
station.
Yeah, you can get a cup of coffee.
So you can make a cup of coffee, you don't need to leave SwimQuest in order to get a cup of coffee?
No, you
Because it'll
don't.
be there,
Yeah, that is correct.
okay? And what are the dimensions of the pool, please?
I testified earlier that the pool was 25 feet wide by 70 feet long.
And how many gallons of water is in it, please?
I don't know offhand. We'd have to calculate that for you.
Okay. So on the storefront, you said there'll be a reflective film on the door.
No. The film is like an opaque film. It's not reflective. The testimony I gave is that there are several windows that Ms. Talley pointed out that are in front of the bathrooms.
Right.
That would have like a reflective glass. But there's been some interesting and what I would say creative suggestions by the planning board on how we could improve on that, and I'm going to be taking that back to my clients to discuss
Okay.
it.
And so that front door currently, unless you revise your plans, you will need to be buzzed into.
That is correct.
Is there a specific reception area in the interior? And will there be a receptionist that is stationed there whenever the school
So-
is open?
So you asked two questions there. There is a specific reception area, which is by the main entry in the rear. And my client, when he came up to talk about and gave testimony about the door being buzzed, he said that if you're buzzed in, someone will come and get you and then bring you to the appropriate, place. So if you're coming in with a child, they would escort you to the changing area.
So does that mean you might need to have 2 receptionists at all times?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you for the questions.
Hi, Evan. Evan Cutler again, Haddon Place, Montclair, and these will all be questions.
Thank you.
I wrote this down specifically. What you had in testimony said how it typically works. Parents will bring their children in. So I just want to see how that seems to contradict what David said in the media, David Genova, regarding the parents will typically be just dropping off their kids. So the way I just want to make sure, just get my head around this.
I don't necessarily want to play games with semantics, but dropping off your kid could mean bringing your kid into the facility. My client is going to provide operational testimony at a future hearing, but it's my belief that parents have to bring their children in and log them in, and then they can go shopping if they wanted to.
Okay, so you're what I'm to guess is that for the most part, the parents are going to be you're going to need parking spaces for all of the parents that are bringing them in, because they're going to have to park their car and then bring the children into the facility, correct?
If they come by car, and we've had a lot of discussion here about people walking to the facility, but yeah, generally you would expect parents to walk their children in.
Okay. Question about ventilation. That's something that hasn't been addressed. I know I've lived across in college. I lived next door to our indoor pool, and it stunk to high holy. I'm just wondering what's going to be done as far as ventilation and I guess they're called chloramines when the chlorine starts smelling.
So modern pools have very strict ventilation requirements.
Wait, are you suggesting I went to college? I'm so old that I went to college before the modern era when things were.
Yeah.
We look about the same age, so.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's try and answer the point of the question.
Yeah. We will design.
How do you control odors?
Yeah. The building will be designed in accordance with the building code and ASHRAE requirements, which will require air changes within the building and ventilation. It also, my clients are pretty sophisticated operators. The last thing they want is a pool that overly stinks from chlorine. So they're very careful about how the sanitation in the pool is worked and measuring the chemicals, and have sophisticated pump systems and so on.
Yeah, I reached out to some people who work in this business, and they said it's highly unusual for a indoor swim school to be so close to other buildings. Usually there's some sort of a setback due to the ventilation and the fact that you have that chlorine smell. I'm just wondering if it was a factor as far as your design and as far as the ventilation.
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you asking me if the proximity to the building?
Being so close to other buildings and so close to that I'm just wondering, was there any concern from an architectural standpoint as far as the smell affecting the people that are going to be so close to that building?
No, I have no concern over that.
No concern, okay. And was there any decision about just doing salt water versus chlorine? Because I know salt water is immensely less smelly than the using chlorinated water.
At this stage, we haven't discussed it.
Okay. Question about the windows. What's to stop someone from just standing, walking by and say, "Oh, look, wonder what's going on here"? What's to stop someone from actually stopping there and just like watching?
Well, nothing. But if someone was standing there watching for an extended period of time, the caregivers and the swim instructors, I think, would come out and talk to them and ask them to move on or what their business is.
Would that be against the law?
No, but it would be kind of creepy.
But I'm just wondering, creepy, I mean, I see creepy all day long.
Yeah.
I mean, if you saw what I did for a living. I'm just wondering.
Journalist, correct?
Yeah. I'm just wondering what would there be anything to stop somebody from just like watching the kids swimming?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. As far as the reflective glass, I'm wondering, what do you think is the number one cause of bird deaths in the country?
I'm not an expert on
And I'm not
birds,
sure he
so
testified to that.
What's that?
I'm not sure he testified to that.
Nor did I testify.
I know where you're heading.
Yeah.
but-
Okay. All right. As the president of the Montclair Bird Club, with over 500 members and one of the oldest bird clubs in the country, my concern is that reflective glass, which is the most dangerous.
So maybe to turn it, have you considered
That's the
dangers
turn.
of-
I know you're coaching me, but that's the turn I'm about to take.
Well, good, thank you.
But-
Make the turn,
Yes.
please.
I'm wondering, have you considered something besides reflective glass, knowing that over 1 billion birds die every year from window strikes, reflective glass being the most dangerous form of glass for birds?
Well, as I said to someone who was just questioning before you, the board has given us some ideas to think about how to deal with that facade, and we'll be revisiting it.
Okay, and last question, this is more for you guys. This DRC meeting thing, I just was Googling it before. Are they open to the public?
Yes.
And so there's like, we get the notice, like,
No notice, but they're open
Oh.
to the public.
so how would you find out about them?
You don't. There's no public notice because it's not a public hearing. It's a technical advisory meeting.
So it's not a public, it's not a
No,
public meeting?
It's a public meeting. The calendar is published every
Yeah.
year. We post our agendas on the calendar. So if you check the agenda, you can see what's coming, but we do not have to notice.
So
the
you have to do
neighbors.
minutes or anything?
No, we do minutes.
There are
The
minutes,
the
there,
minutes.
yeah.
So I could go online and find the minutes from this last meeting?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Great.
And just to clarify what Ms. Talley said, when she says we don't have to do notice, so when an applicant comes before the planning board, they have to notice everybody within 200 feet of their property, and we have to post the notices online and things like that. For the DRC, that's not a requirement.
'Cause it's
Gotcha.
not
What
a
we do is
public
post the
hearing.
agenda, and we
Gotcha.
post the calendar and the
Okay.
minutes.
All right, so just to clarify, it's not a public hearing?
Right.
It's not a hearing, but it's a public meeting.
It is a public meeting, and anyone can come?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Kathleen Bennett, HPC. I know that you were the architect for the Warner Building, correct, on Lorraine Avenue? Were you the architect that designed it?
So if we've identified the Keller Williams building as the Warner building, yes, my firm
It used to be the
designed.
former Warner
But you
Communications.
said
Yeah.
that's what it was when the HVC gave it an award.
That's
So
correct, yeah.
my point is that project also went through many reiterations. And there was big
That-
public pushback as to the look of it. And would you agree to that?
Absolutely.
And I think what we have now on that property is very attractive and an attractive addition to the historic district.
Wouldn't you agree?
I would
Oh,
agree.
would you agree?
I would agree.
I'm trying here.
So my next question is this. The design which you designed, the project which you designed, was reviewed by the HPC back in November, and then there was some additions to it. Could you speak to what was changed to this current reiteration?
I can, yeah. So there were some significant changes, one being the material. So originally, the facade material was predominantly a cementitious panel.
Mhm.
That has been taken out of the project entirely and replaced with a brick. There was significantly more, we'll say, wave on the facades. In the original design, the front facade that faces Valley Road was 41% wave, and now it's 27%, so there was a 14% reduction in the use of the wave, and that similarly on the side elevation, a 14% reduction. There was also what we'll call a cast stone base added to the building that's below the brick, and the cast stone base kind of as a windowsill. The windows that face Valley Road were redesigned and put into a rhythm so that the pilasters that separate the windows and sconces were added, as well as the canopy that the gentleman before said I drew wrong was added as well.
And what about the corners, the pilasters on the corners on the front facade? Right, your finger's almost right.
Yeah,
on it.
I believe those were also added.
Those were added, and they're on the north and the south corner. The north corner and the south corner on the front facade.
Right, the northeast and southeast, yes.
And I've looked at this, and I'm just curious as to how the dimensionality of that brick with the wave is going to be handled, because that pilaster would be straight from the top to the bottom. Am I correct in that? Or, because you have, where the light is there like a shelf almost, where the light follows along that wave pattern?
So, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well,
and
is the
there were
light going to
cuts. So the light is, so so the metal panel will be, say, on top of the brick, so it's not flush to it. It protrudes from it, and then the light would be underneath the metal panel.
Okay. So, and I guess you've read about our design guidelines for new construction, because obviously you have experience with the Warner Building. But I would just like to read 2 sentences and ask you a question. New construction within a historic district should reinforce the basic visual characteristics of the surrounding area. Designs for new buildings can accomplish this by incorporating the fundamental design elements of historic structures with contemporary stylistic trends. So in your mind, what is the stylistic trend that you're showing on your building? And I'm wondering, is it this wave? Is that our future that we're looking towards?
Well,
and how does that fit in with the historic?
Let him
All right,
answer. You've asked 2 questions.
Right.
Let him answer at least one of them.
You know, let me first say, I think, and I've said this a few times tonight, we're using masonry, and I kind of spoke answering another residents' questions about what I thought made the historic district
Yes.
kind of neat. And I talked about the use of masonry. So I think that by bringing masonry into the facade, we're being respectful of use of the elements. In terms of stylistic facade, yes, I think that is what we're trying to accomplish with the wave. But no, I don't think it's the wave of the future for Montclair. And as I also testified, this is a very special single-purpose building. It's not it's intended to be a swim school, and it's intended to stand out and look like a swim school. So in many ways, this wave is part of the client's trade dressing and branding.
Okay. Now, did you receive the memo that was generated from our minor, what was it, it was just recently, and I think you said that you didn't receive.
Is that the March
design-
16th memo?
March 13th.
13th, yeah. I have not seen that memo.
Okay.
March 13th, Ms.
Yeah,
Bennett,
I
or
think I heard 16th.
I think it's the one
We
I'm-
met on the 13th, and the date is the 16th.
Okay, I have the memo dated the 16th. I just want to make sure we had everything.
Okay, all right. And so I appreciate the fact that you've changed the material. I think that was a big discussion during our HPC to the masonry, in order to fit in better with the historic district. But there are other things on this memo, and the one thing is number 8, and the Milburn location of the Swim Quest. Did you design that facade?
I did not. No.
Okay. Well, because I think they don't have a wave, and I'm just curious as to if you're saying that this is a branding concern for the client. It's not in every location.
So just kind of, Milburn is probably their first location that they built. I was not involved in that project. Subsequent to that, I've had the pleasure to work with this client now on 3 locations, which include Montclair. So it was something that was first introduced in the Livingston project, which was opened within the last year, and then it was repeated again in Westfield location, and hopefully here.
Okay. Because if you look at the pictures of the Milburn facade and we juxtaposed a picture of the facade at 627 Valley Road, which is in the historic district, and you'll get that. You could see that as Mr. Braddock spoke about the dimensionality of brick and how brick can be very effective. And I'm just curious, thinking about maybe how this brick can be used to that in the same way. And then my next
So
question.
will you consider that, I guess was
Yes,
Ms.
would
Bennett's
you
question. Would you
consider
consider that as part of, as you go back and look at this over the next couple of
Are you
weeks?
Considering the brick front from the Saunders?
Mhm.
Okay. 'Cause that's original to the building.
Yes, I know that that's original, but considering what other buildings within the area in close proximity, well, within the district, and it would, it's a consideration, would you consider that? And I'm curious how it would be in this type of white brick.
We would consider it. I think the chairman had made suggestions about doing things like relief to create dimensionality on the southern facade.
Mhm.
And we're going to leave here and we're going to digest everything that we've heard tonight and take it all into consideration and possibly adjust the design.
And then would you consider eliminating the LED lighting that accentuates that wave? I mean, the wave is a wave, it's there, you can't ignore it.
Yeah, so that's not my decision to make, but
Mhm.
what I'll tell you is we'll certainly talk about it.
Okay, because as other people have mentioned, and I'd like to hear from you, is that an element that's consistent with the historic nature of the Upper Montclair Historic District?
I don't think it's something that you see significantly. And the chairman asked me a similar question, but I don't necessarily think it's not intrusive or not complementary to it.
Okay, I mean, I have the design guidelines here, so I can spout all the things to it. You testified that the building is going to be 17 and a half feet tall?
Based on the way your zoning ordinance measures height.
And does that include the parapet, or is the parapet on?
The parapet does not include. It's from, say, the average grade to the flat portion of the roof.
And then how tall is the parapet?
I think 2'9".
So in reality, it'll be about 20 feet tall? I mean,
Based on definition.
Okay.
One of the most frustrating things about being an architect is going from municipality to municipality and trying to figure out how you measure building height. It varies everywhere. But the back of the building will be taller because the grade is 3 feet lower or so than the front. But based on the average grade, that's the definition.
okay, I just want to get an idea of how tall it will seem to the average person who's walking or driving along Valley Road.
Yeah.
So considerably high, a tall building.
Yeah, I mean,
with the equipment.
So we're allowed a 3-story building,
Mhm.
and this building will not be as tall as the fire station, and it will not be as tall as the building directly to the south of it.
Okay, and then I think one of the suggestions we made is to relocate the equipment off the roof, but is there any space anywhere on the lot that equipment, and how many pieces of in square footage, how many pieces of equipment are there actually?
Well, you asked a few questions. So
Right.
first of all, there is no place to put the equipment on the lot or side, and the reality of it is mechanical code requires them to be elevated above grade by at least 10 feet for air intake.
Oh.
There was a question about ventilation and smell of chlorine, so part of this is ventilation. You asked me the square footage of what the units will fit on the roof. I don't know that answer because the equipment. We've put what I'll call placeholders on the drawing based on our experience designing previous projects, but this project hasn't been, we haven't done construction documents for this project because we wouldn't do that until it was approved, assuming it's approved.
Well, what about Milburn? Milburn is larger than this project.
It is, yeah.
By 2,000, 2,500 feet?
Approximately. Yeah.
And how the equipment then on top of the Milburn?
I didn't design Milburn, so I
Okay.
don't know. I did design Livingston, and I think I testified earlier, there's a bowstring truss, which is not flat, so
Mhm.
there is a piece of equipment on the ground there.
Mhm.
But, it's called rooftop equipment for a reason. It's really the best place to put it. It's safe, it's, by being up in the air, and the
Right.
parapet screens it, blocks noise, and so on.
And how tall is the tallest piece of equipment? You said that they range, oh, I don't know, I didn't write that.
Yeah, I think we have one that's potentially 7 feet tall.
Okay, so you're having another potentially 7 feet on top of 17 and a half feet.
The testimony earlier, I'm sure you were here, was that it's not going to be visible from the street.
Mhm.
And if for some reason it were to be visible, it would be screened,
Mhm.
which is what the town requires.
Okay, all right. Well, those are my questions, and I know that everybody got a copy of our memo, so I hope that you all look at that, and you too.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Neckerman. I had a question for you for the parents or the people that don't park in the back parking lot, but park in other areas of Montclair. And you said that your building occupies 90% of the space. So how would they walk from, let's say, Valley Road to the back? Is there a sidewalk or a
So-
space next to the building, which I did not see in your?
Yeah. So Vera, I didn't testify as to the building coverage. Our civil engineer at the next hearing will do that, but I did testify that there is a connecting walkway that connects, it's a sidewalk that runs parallel to the building and along the main entry to the building. And then at the back of the building, there's a crosswalk that
Mhm.
connects it to an existing stairway that's at the retaining wall to the town's property, which is the public parking.
Okay, but if you are on Valley Road and you have a door that you have, is locked, and you should walk in the back door where the reception area is this a sidewalk?
Not on, so,
I mean,
just
I
just
don't
so
know
for
the technical
for the
term, a
record,
walkway.
yeah, for the record, I have drawing SD 101 up, and I'm sorry, ma'am,
You're
I-
okay. We just need,
Okay.
since.
Yeah,
um,
so.
We have an oral
Can
record
I-
here, like
can I-
a.
Can I show her?
Well, you
on the
can, but I
drawing?
just want to
Yeah.
explain to her why you're taking
Well,
this
right,
side.
yeah.
We just need on the
the
oral transcription, we're recording this. That's why he's going into, here's what this is. You didn't do anything wrong. We just need to
Okay.
explain what you're pointing to so that folks who aren't here
So
know
ma'am,
what that
if
is.
you wouldn't mind coming over, so this is drawing SD 101, where I'm running my pen is Valley Road, to the right of the drawing. This dark line is the edge of the building. This is the north side where the main entry is,
Where
but
we're driving
where you
in,
drive
right?
in, right. But you see here, there's a sidewalk that is in between the driveway and the building, that somebody that's on Valley Road can walk down.
Okay.
And then there's a depressed curb here, which is handicapped accessible, a crosswalk, another curb that's depressed, and then these lines here represent an existing stair, and this is an existing retaining wall that's
No,
there.
my question was just along the building, whether there was a space for a pedestrian to walk, because that's also where the fire truck is allowed to
Mhm.
turn around. That's what
So,
he
yeah,
testified the last
so,
time,
so
or said the last
there is a place along the side of the building for someone to walk. It connects Valley Road to the public parking lot, and it also connects Valley Road to the other entry to the,
your
to
full
the
entrance,
building.
right?
Yeah, and just for clarity, you didn't say that the fire trucks are going to turn around. What the testimony was is that sometimes the firemen who park behind the firehouse will use the driveway.
He said that he would allow the fire truck to turn
No.
in the parking lot.
No, he didn't say that, yeah.
Yes, he did.
You can check the record, I'm sure. He did say that. A fire truck wouldn't be able to turn around there. It would be able to, it wouldn't be able to make a turn. It would be able to drive through, but not turn around. He testified that currently he allows the firemen to park on his property, and that they had told him that sometimes, because their driveway is very narrow, they'll use his.
but you have a walkway
can we get
that
you just-
handle a stroller.
Miss?
That was my
Yeah,
question.
just so, no, just so you're on the record, if you could just talk into the microphone a little bit, or be a little closer to the
So
microphone?
My question was, is there a walkway? And he said, yes, there's a walkway from the front to the back entrance, because it's right along where people drive in to park. So, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Chair, may I have just a question in terms
Sure.
of timing? I think all those questions were great. If there are future questions about anything not related to architecture, can we delay those until we have testimony from the civil engineer, for example?
That's
and-
what I'm trying to get to. I
Yeah.
mean, he has raised some things already,
Yeah.
so I'm letting folks
Right.
ask him about that. But I think, if you were to say, look, the civil engineer is going to testify about that more specifically,
Understood.
then, that would,
I'll deflect.
well, I mean, answer if you can, but if it's better suited for somebody else that is going to testify in detail, then that might also be part of your response. Okay.
Hi, my name is Christine Arian, and I live on Watchung Ave in Montclair. Hi.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. So, again, I guess you can deflect to the civil engineer if this doesn't apply to you. But the building seems like it's built along the southern property line.
That is correct.
So I wanted to know what the thought process was behind that, since the driveway is so close to the fire station and the garages, if the cars queue up, those yellow lines are probably like a few feet away from the fire station garages. So is the thinking that cars aren't going to queue up to go to the parking lot, and if they do, they're going to stop, I guess, sort of to the intersection of Bellevue and Valley?
And you asked a few questions there, and I'm not sure I understood all of them. So let me start by, I think your first question is why is the building sited where it is?
Yep.
Okay. And I think that the testimony that my client, Mr. Genova, gave is he decided and he directed us to place the building where it is on the site because of conversations he had with members of the fire department, where they talked about how narrow their driveway is, and sometimes they cheat over the property line and use ours. So he didn't want to build anything that it impeded the ability for the fire department to operate. Obviously, that would be a terrible, terrible thing. So we pushed our building as far south on the property as possible to make sure we had enough room in between our building and maintain an aisleway or cartway that's already there that they've been using. I think your next question was about queuing. We're going to have a traffic engineer testify about circulation on site, and although I could answer your question, I think I'll defer that to them.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask if you've seen the Geyer YMCA in Montclair.
I have, yeah.
So you are familiar with how the parking lot is set up on the side and in the back, and even though the parking's in the back, people still walk to the front
So
the
I've
front
been,
desk?
I've been to the Y. My sons competed in swim competitions there many years ago, and candidly, I don't recall how it's cited, so I wouldn't be able to really answer that.
Okay, well, the parking lot's in the back and on the side, and then they still walk along the side of the building. There's a sidewalk, and then they enter through the front and have to check in at the front desk. And then changing rooms are in the back and along with the pool. So is that something you would consider for the safety of the kids, so people aren't peeking into the windows in the front?
No, because we think the way we've cited the building, and there's been testimony this evening by my client about how the circulation pattern works, and I've given testimony about the age of the children. They can be significantly younger than children that are taking swim lessons at the Y, and that the convenience for a parent to park and come right in is what our design is all about.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I'll make it short, I promise. Arlene Carini, owner of Nouvelle and One Savvy Design. You look different from the front than from the back.
I hope that's okay, you know.
I was a little surprised.
Is that a
sorry.
question? No.
Is that a question? Are you the same person that was there? No. So you said that safety is important because you're going to put a buzz in from the front. Okay. Is safety not a concern in the back of a building where it's not visible to everyone?
Safety is a concern everywhere.
Okay. So if someone is going in through the back entrance, it is not as safe because it's not as open to the public. Do you think that that could be a concern instead of reversing the front?
So I think I don't agree with your comment. I think it's
You don't agree with any of our comments tonight. Let's just put it that way.
Hang on, let him answer.
That's not true. I've
Yeah.
said there's some great ideas that we're going to take back. I mean, we'll have a reception desk there. The vestibule has windows and glass, so the people that work there have eye contact with the parking lot. So I think it's safe.
So when that person has to leave that front desk to go attend the buzz door, anybody can just walk through.
Well, you're assuming there's only going to be one person there, and that hasn't been established yet.
So you're going to tell me that there's going to be two people
No.
at reception?
I'm not going to tell you anything, but the operators will explain staffing.
So basically, there's going to be one person, probably.
No, the operator will testify, is what he's saying, is the operator will testify as to how they will staff it, so we don't know that yet.
So would you consider flipping it and pushing the building further back, which I've mentioned once before, and you see, he's saying no, and pushing the building further back and having the entrance in the front?
No.
So that
So
it is
now,
safer for everybody and it's out in the open?
So the answer is no. We've spent a lot of time talking about with our client how to site this building, how the parking circulation, and as design professionals that design buildings for a living every day, we feel that this is the safest way for this building to operate.
Okay, so no buzz in through the back. So if the receptionist has to step away for a second, anybody can just walk through.
Well, I think,
Again, you're assuming
they
there's
said
going to
the
be one
operator is going to
person.
testify as
So
to
the
how that'll
operator's
work.
going to, this is all very new, I'm so sorry.
I know, well, I'm trying
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
I don't mean to sound dismissive, maybe I'm tired, I'm sorry.
You're helpful.
I'm
I
trying
just don't know who
to,
the operator is.
apparently it's SwimQuest, but we'll find
Is
out
that-
who
okay.
that
Yeah.
person
Okay.
is.
They're going to testify. at
They're
the
going to
next meeting.
testify.
You can't get mad at me, I don't know.
No, I did
Just tell
to,
you, they're going to testify, and all your operational questions will be answered
Okay.
better than I can.
I just want to point out one thing.
Please.
in the form of a question.
Yes. Do you know that there is a preschool in front of the fire station?
I do.
Did you know that there was a lot of issues with parents dropping off their kids and blocking, and the fire truck could not come out?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know that they asked the parents to go around onto Bellevue
I do
into the
not.
park, into their driveway and drop off the kids because it was such a big issue?
I do not.
Okay.
But I think our siting will prevent that, and when our civil engineer testifies, you'll hear that.
I don't agree, but okay, that's all.
Thank you.
And we'll definitely have ample time for you to make that comment later on. Any other questions from the public for this witness about his testimony tonight? I don't see anybody else jumping up, so I think that's good for...
Thank you for your time this evening
You're welcome.
and some of
Thank
your
you.
feedback. It's helpful.
And so we don't generally take new witnesses past 10 o'clock, and it's 11:20 from what I can tell. So we're not going to move on to your next witness, Mr. Trembulac. We will... Okay. Yeah, like I said, it gets a little late, and those are our board rules. So we're going to carry this to May 4th, right? Is that what we said, Ms. Talley, May 4th? So the May 4th meeting, no further notice will be required, and you consent to any time extensions necessary?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Great. We'll see you back on May 4th.
Thank you, everyone.
I thought of that too. I was like... And I got to pull the agenda back up here.
Pay some bills.
Well, we may have more stuff. I have to look. Do we have committee reports, Ms. Talley?
There's no committee reports. I know we have committee assignments, but
Do we want to hold off on that for now?
I think we need to hold off on committee assignments until everybody's here.
I agree with that. So then that leaves us with bills.
Yes, we got lots of bills.
Lots of bills. Exactly. Someone want to move the bills? Is there a motion to move the bills?
So move.
Second by Ms. Willis, motion by the mayor. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Abstain? Ms. Wallace abstains? Hang on, no, we're still, Miss, we're in a meeting. Miss, Judge, you know I'm talking to you. We're in a meeting.
We haven't closed.
We're not done yet.
No, I'm really sorry, but
But give it 30 seconds. I move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, have a good night. Come on up.